Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back. Sorry for the delay. I had to go and get my drink. Excuse me, my throat's a little dry. Let me clear that up. Much better. Let's start off strong. I got my passport. You know what that means, women. I'm not dealing with you Americanized women anymore. I'm going overseas to find a real woman. So let me tell you what getting my passport taught me. Um, I've never had an interest in getting a passport before, generally, mostly because I always saw myself traveling later in life, not earlier. And I'm not sure, but I don't think the military requires passport for travel. They might. I think your orders are enough, but I'm not sure. So, what getting a passport taught me is that this is not a flex, and I'm not sure why people flex it. I'm not sure why. Um, because the way people talk about it online makes it feel like it's like joining the FBI as far as the requirements being stringent and the financial pain that it will cause on you spending all this money to get your passport. It was cheap. It was very cheap. I got the book in the card. So that's the most expensive thing you can get, the book in the card. And I got both of them, and it was very cheap and it was very easy. So I'm not sure what the flex is, but also they spelled my name wrong. So now I have to return it and they have to send a new one. So, and they put my place of birth wrong. They put it as the city I live in now instead of the city I was born in. Today's drink of choice on the rocks, premium cocktail, blue Hawaiian. This is supposed to be something that you can drink by itself. You don't need to add mix or sweetener or a chaser. It's supposed to be just a drink that you can enjoy by itself. It is 20%. So be watching for about 45 minutes and 43 seconds into the live stream, at which point it will have hit. At which point it will have hit. I know myself. I know myself. So at about 45 minutes and 43 seconds into the live stream, it will hit. Be prepared. So, first of all, everyone grab whatever you're drinking and take a sip. If you're not drinking something, go and grab it. Make sure it has alcohol in it. Let me start the live stream off by saying this. The woman who runs the Pop the Balloon challenge does not care about the women on her show. She does not care about the women on her show. My friend pointed out, I'm not going to say everything my friend said because she hates it when I relay her words not exactly the same way that she did. So I'll just summarize and then put it to rest. My friend pointed out that these women and these men are interacting with each other on the show without any knowledge of whether or not one of them might have, like, let's say, for example, felony convictions for violent or sexual crimes, may possibly be on the run from the law, um, may potentially have documented history of being abusive, possibly a scammer or committing fraud, for example. These are examples. The idea that something as simple as a background check is not done before these contestants come onto the show within swinging distance is wild to me. Because, like, don't you have to do background checks if you want to go on Love is Blind or these other dating shows? I'm pretty sure. If she's not doing background checks before these men come on the show, she does not care about these women. And if she is performing background checks, and she knows that these people have a violent history based on their background check, and she decides to let these people with violent history on the show and around these women anyway, that is devious. It is simply devious. So we'll be looking at Pop the Balloon. I really, really, really wanted to look at it. I really wanted to look at it last week, but my friend didn't join like she said she was going to, and I don't lose brain cells alone. Let me be clear. I'm not watching Pop the Balloon unless I get content out of it and other people have to suffer with me. I didn't watch it alone the first time. I had my friend, we watched it together. I strongly believe you can split pain across people. You can split pain across people. How do I put it? You know those I saw these police officers training, and apparently they do taser training, right? And they yell out taser, 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 shoot the taser, and the person seizes up, and then that's their training. What interested me is when one person is being electrified and you touch them, if you grab them, grab their arm, you will also become electrified. Um, I actually didn't learn this from watching the police thing. I learned this from my friend touching an electric fence when he was younger while I was touching him. And we found out. We found out. So, but that was demonstrated in these police training videos. And you know what it looked like? It looked like when you have 15 people grabbing on to each other and then one person gets shocked, it spreads out evenly instead of just being concentrated on that one person. So what I'm trying to say is I don't watch Pop the Balloon alone, because if I lose 15 million brain cells from one show, that's it for me. That is it. Those don't regenerate either. You just lose them and they're gone forever. The brain, I think the brain is the one part of the body that don't regenerate. Not a regenerative cell in it. So I'm not going to lose 15 million brain cells. But if it's 37 people watching, be sure to leave a like on the video, by the way. If it's 37 people watching and we split the 15 million, that's less than 1 million brain cells per person. We can recover. We can recover. We can do therapy to, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure there's a type of therapy where you can recondition your brain, do exercises like that, similar to physical therapy, but for mental task. We could do that. But me losing it by myself, it's no chance. So we are going to be looking at Pop the Balloon, the most recent episode, and we're going to be dedicating an entire portion of that live stream to the guy that they call Ninja Turtle. And that's not a drag, by the way. That's what people call him, and apparently that's what he calls himself, Ninja Turtle. We'll be dedicating a portion to him. We'll also be dedicating a portion to there was a guy who he came up and started blabbering about his job and was very boring, uninteresting fellow, um, and couldn't dress well. But people were upset because the women rejected him. So we'll look at him a little bit too. Just know that that's coming. Let's break this up with TikTok. TikTok is, before we get into what's going on TikTok, I'll show you guys this. I think this was very sweet, and it'll be a nice break from what we're used to seeing.
Cover. When I was young, I learned quickly that the things you love can be gone in an instant. And ever since then, I made myself a promise to never let anyone get close to me. But then I met you. When you found out I was sleeping in my car, most people would have ran away. But you jumped in the passenger seat. You saw something in me I still don't see to this day. You make me constantly want to be a better person because no matter what, I will never deserve you. I am so madly in love with you, and that terrifies me because now I can't imagine what life would be without you. You and I have had to make decisions that no one our age should have to make, but the best decision I ever made was asking you to marry me. I'm marrying the greatest woman I've ever met. Your passion and love, and I know it's hard, but your patience with me is why, if we're ever lucky enough, I can't wait to watch you become a mother. Growing up, my parents would describe the girl I would marry as someone who could put up with all of this. And I know they're looking down proud of the girl standing in front of me. So, Cover, I promise to never take us for granted. I promise to always put you and our family first. And if death do us part, I promise to find you in every lifetime.
I was on mute. So yeah, I did see some yellow flags, but overall I found those vows very beautiful actually. I think I cried the first time I watched it. And I'm not sure if it's because the bar has been set very, very low when it comes to wedding vows in what I've seen. The bar is like, don't say I want to F my wife and smack that A every day, and this is, I'm going to be miserable. Like, the bar for me is low based on what I've seen. So it could be that. But yellow, like yellow, red, green. No, that's not how y'all do it. Okay, anyway. Um, the yellow flag, I think, was homelessness. But then I listened to her vows. I'm not going to play her vows because I think we need a separate live stream for wedding vows that I think were done right. But I liked it. I liked it. Don't act like I'm in here by myself. Y'all have seen those vows too. So now we can get straight to the topic. I'm fighting people in the comments of TikTok, and I found something interesting. Let me see if I can pull it up. If I can't, I'll just read it out to you. Let me see. This was a post about, it was a woman who said, because I can't find it actually, I would have loved to pull it up. But it was a woman. Okay, I found it. I have to mute it because it has copyright music on it. And it says, me finally getting the courage to tell my baby I'm a teenage mom and he has no dad because he chose the streets over us. Safe to say, he did not take the news well. So let's just start out. This is complete degeneracy. I don't like this on my TikTok feed, my TikTok specifically. I'm not saying she should be taken down. I just don't like to see messiness, actually, contrary to my name. I actually don't like to see messiness on my TikTok all day. I hate it. I would prefer for it not to be there. But once you get in the algorithm, it's hard to get out. And then TikTok sees that. TikTok and YouTube, I learned they don't know when I'm actually watching something and I'm engaged and I like it, or when I'm just playing it for you guys and we're reviewing it on the stream. They don't know. All they see is, oh, he's watching the entire episode of Fresh and Fit. They don't know that we're just doing a review and we're just breaking down and we're just laughing. They don't know that. All they see is, I watched that whole episode. I want to see more. And it's hard to get out of that algorithm once you get into it, right? I don't like seeing mess. Like, I actually hate seeing mess. I that's why I like the wedding vows so much, because I was like, is my TikTok resetting? I refuse to change my content. I'm going to be permanently angry at everything I see all the time, every day. So, or I can make a separate account for when we discuss PrincePetti things. That way my personal TikTok is not like a mess, a hot stinking mess. So she's talking all about her absent dad, her son's absent dad. And the comments say, now you a single mom, cue the music, y'all like that. The comments from men specifically. But now you a single mom, if you don't know, is a song that comes out, and basically it's like, you shouldn't have hit it raw. You shouldn't have let him hit it. It's your fault. You're a single mom now. Basically pointing and laughing at single moms. And I said, this is why I don't care about Men's Mental Health Month. I will always reply this on any man's comments whenever he's saying some FS in anybody's comments. I'm going to say, this is why I don't care about Men's Mental Health Month. Because I feel like people are confused when they don't see, oh my God, why aren't people celebrating Men's Mental Health Month? Why aren't you in an uproar that no one is celebrating Men's Mental Health Month? Have you seen men by chance? Have you seen men like around you on the internet or in person? Like, have you just talked to them? Because if you're confused about why people don't care, I'm never confused about why people don't care about a Men's Mental Health Month. So I replied, this is why I don't care about Men's Mental Health Month. I got a lot of replies. Most of the replies were like calling me simp. Don't care if you call me a simp for this, I'm going to call you a simp for men, because that's what you're saying to me. You're saying you're simping for men and you're cheerleading for men. Specifically, you're cheerleading for absent fathers, and I love that for you. But what was more interesting was this man commented, "This is why I don't care about women getting raped and actively add to the statistics myself." He also called me a pick me. No one responded to that for some reason. But I made I'm making a response video, but I had to stream. This all like just happened, by the way. This man said he actively goes out and R's women. So I think we should talk about that. That's all. I think we should definitely talk about that. I'll be talking about it on my TikTok. I already got it in the drafts. I'm already on there. Look at it. Look, see what they telling you. Look at it. Anyway, yeah, he does need to be reported. I did report him, but I wanted to introduce it like this because we're going to talk about language. We're going to talk about language in this live stream today, because this man said, "How are your kids an asset to me?" We've been talking about language insofar as men who use objectifying language. We've been talking about language and the whole men versus women thing online, and I don't think people understand that this stuff translates to real life. Specifically, it translates to real life when it comes to men. There's no link that's been made between women who say all men are trash and women in real life going out and having a higher rate of unaliving men. There's no such link. Any research that you read would indicate that women are leaving men alone. If anything, women are leaving men alone. If they consume feminist content or Shira 7 or whatever have you, I feel like this just makes women leave men alone. But for men specifically who are being investigated by the Department of Homeland Security for what they call male supremacy and are labeling domestic terrorism, when they consume certain content, they go out and actually do things to women and girls. They go out and actually do things. That's what we're going to talk about today, as well as the live stream. But I will be responding to him. What was also interesting is there was a man who replied to my comment, and he was very upset because I said I don't care about Men's Mental Health Month, and he was saying, "So you think all men do this? Like you think all men are making fun of single moms, and you think all men? Why would you boycott a month? It's not all men." And that was very interesting because there are men in these comments saying they want to grape women, and he came for me to say not all men. Like when you are deciding which comments deserve your time, right? I'm not like the time master. I don't control space time. I have not the authority over space time. I am a three-dimensional person, not 4D in any way, shape, or form. But I feel like there are better things to focus on. Mainly the men in the comments who are attacking single mom instead of absent father, and the men who were so upset that they decided to comment some vulgar things. Let's continue to our actual topic. Before we get to our actual topic, I'll play a thing so that we can separate this from the beginning.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. Swallowed. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. Swallowed. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up.
All right, that got me upbeat. I like that. Or it might be we're already maybe like 10% through the glass, so that could be it too. But So this man said that he asked how your kids are an asset to me. Instead of me relaying it, we'll go to his thing and we'll let him say it himself. Best to hear it from the horse's mouth. Be sure also to like the video on your way in and subscribe.
How are your kids are going to be an asset to me? If I
The question is, how are your kids are gonna be an asset to me?
let me ask you this: how are your kids are going to be an asset to me if I was dating you?
I would never date a man that ever asked me no craziness like that.
See,
I would.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Pause. I'm gonna let her speak. Actually,
Any man that's gonna ask you a question like that thinks that he's doing you a favor by dating you as a single parent, and you should be grateful. And that's how he's going to treat you and your children, as if y'all should be grateful that he is willing to tolerate you and your offsprings. Okay, I would never what can your children? What benefit are your children to me? What the honestly? What kind of question is that even? And what woman? As a woman, any woman who thinks that this is an acceptable question, I want to know what answer would you give someone that asks you that? Because to me, now I automatically know my children are not safe in your presence, and I would never allow my children to be around you. I would never allow my children I would never bring anyone into my home that feels like, well, if I'm going to date you, what benefit are your children to me? To you? What the fuck? What do you mean by that? I really can't wrap my mind around it because it just doesn't make sense. What do you mean? What benefit are they to you? What benefit are you to them? What benefit is me bringing you into our lives are you going to have for them? It's one thing to say what benefit is the woman that you're dating to you. You know what I'm saying? But to say what benefit are your children to me is very fucking weird and very fucking creepy. Men are getting creepier and fucking creepier. And I cannot.
y'all thought we was finished. He has more opinions. He has a lot of opinions. Let's listen to his second opinion.
you went to the store. Would you buy a product? Would you buy a product that had a broken seal?
No, not at all.
You wouldn't. Why you wouldn't buy a product that had a broken seal?
Because it's already been. I don't know what's in there.
It's the same thing. That's the reason why men say they don't want to date women with kids, because you already have been tainted. You already shared your wound with another man. So,
but are you serious right now?
Yes, I'm being very.
I want y'all to keep in mind that this is a man who has already tainted another woman's womb. And any woman who would allow this man to impregnate them after the fact, when he believes that carrying a child is tainting your womb, because if the day comes when you have to walk away this man, he's going to look at you as trash. And you know what's so crazy? A lot of men do look at it that way, even though they're walking around polluting women's womb, as they would call it. So he said, oh, would you buy a product where the seal has been broken? But they're damaged goods. They're damaged goods. And that's why when we say that men will impregnate you just to take you out the game, just to sit you down, because they have this mindset, and they know that there are a lot of men out here with this mindset. But guess what? Don't nobody want a man with that fucking mindset, because they're simple in a lot of other ways than just that. They are very simple, and they're going to make you miserable. So any woman moving forward who would lay with him, allow him to pollute or taint your womb with his seed after he has said this on a public platform, use a ditzy bitch.
She came for y'all, ate, left no crumbs. We're gonna watch one last one of his opinions. And then we're actually gonna watch his full podcast episode, so we can understand how they got there, right? After this.
Even their marriages for some of the silliest things. I'm not happy. Because you're not happy, you're just gonna walk. Women are leaving their marriages for some of the silliest things. I'm not happy. Because you're not happy, you're just gonna walk away. Women are leaving their marriages for some of the silliest things. I'm not happy. Because you're not happy, you're just gonna walk away from your marriage. Marriage is not about happiness or whatever. It's about duty.
You know, I love how men try to paint this perspective as if they're coming from a place of logic. Like, marriage is not about happiness, it's about duty. Duty to who? Duty to you? Duty to you? Marriage benefits men more than it benefits women, and that is a hill I am willing to die on. I want y'all to think about something with me for a second. When you think about single older people, think about the single older women you know and what their lives look like, right? Most of the single older women I know They have a home that is well taken care of. They're probably tending to their garden because they don't got no man, or they're taking trips with their grandkids and their children and their family. Like, they're always the grandmother is always invited on the family vacations because she still provides assistance to the family, and more than likely they just love her and love to be around her. Like, my mom is literally always welcome to my home. When my kids love going to my mother's house. Now, I want you to think about the single older men. What do their living situations often look like? It's always coming from a place of despair, a place of regret. Oh, I should have kept my wife happy. I should have focused on my wife's happiness, because the expectancy is we should, once again, be grateful to have a man, any man, no matter if he's treating us good or nothing. To them, as long as they are not beating your ass or cheating on you, and sometimes not even both. Sometimes they feel like as long as they're doing one of those two things and maybe provided. In this day and age, in 2024, providing not even on the list, because
we're not going to let her preach too much because that's my job on this live stream. Her name is Frank Leah Ab. Frank Leah B. Yeah, that's probably it. Leah B, not Leah Ab. That doesn't sound right. Frank Leah B, if you want to go and consume the rest of her content or thank her for providing it to us. And this is the last one. The woman on their show decided to clap back. And this is what she had to say.
I have a favorite phrase I like to use. I use it all the time when I'm referring to just myself, when I'm referring to dating. And I say it all the time. People need to learn their lanes. When you know your lane, you're not confused. When you're dating people that are in your, I'm in the far left lane, probably about 90% of the time. And it's quite often that I get guys that are in the far right lane, you know, that slow lane, and somehow they made their way over to mine. And I don't understand.
Slow lane is a clock. I don't care if y'all think she's just talking about people generally. I don't believe that. I believe she's talking to that man on the podcast right there. That's what I believe. I can't prove that, but that's what I believe.
And how they got there or why they're there, but they're there. So I have to redirect them, because I know just off a conversation, just off of one conversation could let me know. And I have to redirect you and say, hey, this just isn't your lane. I'm not sure how you got here, but I want to redirect you very respectfully. So I say that to say, again, it depends on you as a person, because if you meet like-minded people, right, then the likelihood that it would be just so chaotic, what's the likelihood of that?
I was muted the whole time. Anywho, let me see. Now I got to go all the way back. I didn't say so much stuff. So I reached out to her to see if she wanted to come on and discuss that episode, as well as the previous episode where he was saying something used goods, something open seal at Walmart. Why would I date a can of meat that has already been blah blah blah, right? So I asked her, the lady we just saw, let me put her on screen in case you guys forgot. I asked her if she would be interested in coming on to discuss that episode and the other episode. I did not ask the other two men, was not very interested in the conversation with them, but I found her to be very insightful on their podcast episodes from what I've seen. So I thought we could discuss that episode. Instead of waiting for her to reach back out, I decided I was just going to go ahead and do it myself because I feel like I've been letting stuff slip through my hands because I'm waiting for people to reach back out. Like Pop the Balloon, we were supposed to do Pop the Balloon review all the way last week, but I decided I wanted to the girl who went on Pop the Balloon, I asked her if she wanted to come on for to review that episode because she was one of the most respectful ones on there, all the way on the right side of the Pop the Balloon episode. You guys probably don't remember, but she was very poised, very respectful, and they disrespected her. So I asked if she wanted to come on because I need some inside info. I need inside info. I need people to come up here with the you were down here, right? We could talk about the war that's going on over there all day from a bird's eye view, but you was in it, right? So instead of just waiting for people to come on, I'm gonna review it, and then if we have to go back and review it again, that's fine. That's fine. So I asked if she wanted to come on, waiting for a response. This man thinks that leaving your marriage. I don't know if y'all hear that. My fridge just started making ice, and it's loud as heck. This man talked about leaving your marriage for something as stupid as being unhappy. It's so foul. How dare you? Marriage is not about happiness. It's about duty. As well as women with kids are tainted and your children should be an asset to me. How are they an asset to me? Some things. I think that devaluing childbirth is a thing. It has been a thing for a very long time. And I think that women should charge for pregnancy. I think women should charge for pregnancy and for childbirth because look at the consequences of having a child. And I'm not saying this like I personally feel like having a child is bad. I'm saying look at the consequence of having a child. I also want to illustrate how easily I feel like men switch between pro-birth and pro-choice. Because one thing I hear men say all the time, right, during the pick better conversation that happens often is, you had a choice and you chose to have the baby. You chose to keep the baby, right? They say this in conjunction with things that the man is saying here in this stream, right? The interesting thing is, outside of that conversation about you picking better and you choosing to have the child, outside of that conversation, I feel like men will tell you that your purpose and your duty as a woman is childbirth, with a little side of servitude to a man, right? But childbirth and raising your child, right? So nothing is more beautiful than giving birth to a child, creating life. This is not me saying this. This is what I think men say about childbirth sometimes, right? We saw the man come up on the podium at his graduation speech and say, feminism lied to you, told you you're supposed to get a career, be an individual, educate yourself, self-actualize, but feminism lied. You're actually supposed to just have babies and take care of babies and a man, right? This is a conversation that I feel like is having a lot. And as opposed to self-actualizing, pregnancy and childbirth suddenly is the most beautiful, heartwarming, rewarding thing that a woman can ever do in her life. I'm sorry. I believe that's a lie. I believe when men say that childbirth is rewarding and we respect women who are pregnant and carry our child, I believe they're lying, and it's like a okie doke so that you will have their children. And that is my belief. I don't have proof currently, unless you believe everything that you've ever seen with your own two eyes. Then I don't have proof unless you believe everything you've seen with your own two eyes. So these conversations, I believe, is evidence of my belief that men don't actually care, because the only time that I see men talk about how beautiful childbirth is and how valuable a woman is for bearing children, being pregnant, creating life, the only time I hear that sort of language from men is when women as a collective are saying something like, maybe we shouldn't have children. Maybe it's too expensive right now to live by myself, let alone while taking care of children. And maybe school shootings are too frequent. Maybe social networks, right, and aid for impoverished women and children. Social programs, excuse me, like governmental programs. I'm thinking about welfare. Is not very robust and not very helpful generally. It's kind of inadequate. And, maybe all those things aside, I just don't want to risk picking the wrong person and now my child is abandoned and I'm a single mom. It is very popular on TikTok right now, as we looked earlier, for men to stitch these women's videos who are complaining about being a single mom and how the father abandoned his child. And like I showed you earlier, they will usually side with the man and be like, "Now you a single mom, you should have picked better, blah, 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 blah. Shouldn't have let him hit it raw," right? So there are social penalties. There are social consequences, right? And even when we're not talking about financial consequences or physical detriment to the mother's body, since childbirth and pregnancy can be traumatic. And I don't mean traumatic in the mentally traumatizing way, although it can be. I mean physically traumatic in the medical sense, insofar as what it does to the body. But even barring that, right, the social consequences are high. The idea that the mother who stayed is pointed at and laughed at, and the man who abandoned his child kind of escaped unscathed, is a very real reality. I'm sure you all are very familiar with that. And when I see women start broadly in society shifting their ideas to themes that are less aligned with birthing children and more aligned with self-actualization, this is when I notice that there is suddenly a switch in men generally from "you should have closed your legs" and "you should have went to Planned Parenthood, stop complaining," and "why would I take care of your kids, it's a drain, single moms are used good," right? They change from that into, "Oh my God, childbirth is the most beautiful thing ever. And you're selfish. If you're a woman and you don't birth children, you're selfish. How dare you?" Anyway, this is a long way for me to say the switch up is wild. The switch up is absolutely wild. Let me remove this from the screen. So my second thing is, if you guys remember, we read some research that indicated that men who refer to women in objectifying ways, actually, this was a pretty good indicator of a man being more likely to commit sexual crimes, in particular towards women and girls. Think of the popular analogies, right, that refer to women as a key in a lock, or a car with a lot of miles on it, or in this man's case, he said a tainted product from a store or used goods. Welcome, Alicia. You came in at the right time. We're about to get lit tea. So the men who refer to women like that, used goods, tainted product, and I don't know the man in this video, by the way, and I'm not making any allegations against him, but I do want you guys to watch out for men who use language like this. There is a reason that the Department of Homeland Security is funding investigations into the manosphere and red pill people and has them on a watch list. This language is a pretty good indicator of a man being more likely to ascribe to certain beliefs about women, certain beliefs about masculinity, and more that increase their likelihood to be violent against women and girls. There is a reason that mediocre tutorial guy decided that when he saw the Ninja Turtle man, again, this is not me making fun of the Ninja Turtle man, that is apparently what people call him and apparently what he refers to himself as. But there is a reason why mediocre saw this guy, right? Well, first, before mediocre, we saw this man, we, the public, the audience, we saw this man. The women on that show saw this man being aggressive towards those women. And already, immediately from that, we knew what type of man this was. Just based off of his interaction on Pop the Balloon, we knew what type of man this was, who is spitting venom at these women just because they rejected him. We know what type of man this is. We all know what type of man this is. There's a reason we understand who he is, but mediocre, someone who's something like number 2 or number 3 on the watch list from the Department of Homeland Security, right? Mediocre decides to platform this man, allows him to put his CashApp and other stuff up there, GoFundMe, for the sake of getting donations, right? There's a reason why even after we find out that he's tracking and recording women, Mediocre during his interview with him seems to be more interested in demonizing single mom and talking about how him being raised by a single mom is the reason why all this happened, and he's a good guy, just needs guidance, right? There's a reason why mediocre chooses to align with these type of men, platform these type of men, even though we don't have to see him beat up somebody to know what type of man he is. We don't have to see him be violent or wild towards someone. We can see it just in his speech and just in his interaction on that show, based on how he acts once he's rejected by a woman. Mediocre does not. The men who use language like that do not. So even after we find out he's tracking and recording a woman, even after we find out, oh, he may have restraining order or protective orders against him and more, right? Even when we find this out, right? Mediocre platforms someone like this with the idea that they are a good man, Savannah. A good man, Savannah. It doesn't matter to him who's being tracked, recorded, who has sex trafficking or prostitution crime. It doesn't matter what type of crime he's done or what type of violence he's committed, what type of harm he's done towards women. It does not matter. He's going to platform this man. And this starts with language. It doesn't start with language, but this starts with language. This starts with a woman who has kids is used goods. A woman over 30 has hit the wall. A woman who is this or that is a car with 100,000 miles, right? This is not just silly language that boys use to pick on girls. These aren't boys. These are 47-year-old men. And it is language that is associated with a certain rhetoric around masculinity and a certain rhetoric around women. And a rhetoric that when consumed by boys and men makes them more likely to commit violence or sexual crimes against women and girls because they consume this content. Watch out for these type of people in real life. Watch out for people who use this language. Don't walk away from these streams thinking that these men are just goofy, silly, stupid, or whatever. Walk away with the knowledge that these men who have platforms where hundreds of thousands of boys are watching are deciding that this man who may have a history of abuse, sex trafficking, and other things, scamming, is the man that we need to stand behind. And this has consequences for women and girls in the real world. This has a detrimental real world impact on women and girls, right? So leave with that. Since we're on this topic, I'm going to play one more little pause, right? One more little pause so we can break it up a little bit. Then we can watch his actual podcast episode, which was 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes, and y'all know it takes me about 2 hours to get through 15 minutes of content. So yeah, we're 43 minutes in. We ain't even started. So we're going to be here for maybe like 3 hours. 3 hours of your time. Be sure to like the stream on your way in.
I don't even shake deadbeat dad's hand, bro. My sister baby daddy sent me a friend request. I sent him a message, boy, I don't accept friend requests from deadbeat dads. Why you not my nephew like that? That's just real, bro. Straight up. I need to know what's up.
I don't know not one.
So
because I don't keep them around me.
That at all. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of questions for deadbeat dads, boy. A lot of questions.
And that be the problem, bro. Like, you literally have dudes that just allow that type of dude around them. Like, we going to kick it. We going to the club every day. We going into the mall. We getting on hoes. We playing Madden. We playing 2K all day long. And this man, all the time he with you, his kid is out there at the crib by himself or with his mom. It's like, you ain't in your kid life. You ain't your kid at all.
Boy.
How your daughter doing? She all right. Keisha been tripping. You ain't got shit to do with your daughter.
I unsubscribed from him. Well, let me find out y'all were subscribed to Mediocre Tutorial. Is that who my audience is? How did y'all find this side of YouTube? Did my content used to be that bad? Did it used to be that bad? So, let's go to his video, right? Where he and his co-host talk about dating as a single parent. This is where the clip comes from where he says, how are your kids an asset to me? It looks like this was part 1, so I'm not sure if it shows up in this one or in part 2, but let's find out. We're gonna skip their intro. I mean, let's look at their intro actually. Let's critique it, right? It's, you know, it's there. You can really tell they tried. You can tell they put effort. All right. No jump scare warning. No. Just straight into it. I like it. I like their intro. I think they really tried and they really switched up, right? Like straight into it. No nonsense, right? I like it. I like it.
Another episode changed tomorrow today. The hottest podcast on the planet.
And the
hottest podcast in the planet. This, when you say hottest podcast on the planet, this is nitpicky, right? This is unimportant. Take no heed to my words at all. If you are going to be the hottest podcast on the planet, I feel like your views should match it. Like your views or your likes or your subscribe or something. Like something should indicate that this is the hottest podcast on the planet. Did he say the planet or the universe? Hold up.
Back to another episode changed tomorrow today. The hottest podcast on the planet.
And the planet. That boy went from the world to the motherfucking planet. Boy.
Okay, so they used to be the hottest podcast in the world, but now they're the hottest podcast on the planet. Somebody's already lying. Can we talk about lying, right? And unnecessary lying. That's the unnecessary lying upsets me. This is a tangent. Again, this is very nitpicky. Unnecessary lying upsets me. You stole something from the store and the shop owner is like, did you steal? And you say no. Okay. You want to hide that you stole something. You beat somebody up and they ask, did you do it? You say no. Okay, you don't want to be arrested. Why are you lying about the hottest on the planet? Why? The thing about unnecessary lying is it doesn't do anything for you. I don't think lying is good, by the way. I'm not endorsing lying. But all I'm saying is if you lie and it does something for you, I don't condone it, but I can at least understand your reasoning behind it. I can at least understand your reasoning. You were going to get in trouble. You wanted to get out of it. You were going to get beat up. You wanted to like finesse your way out of it. Like, I understand. But why if I come, did you eat today? Yeah, I ate. What did you eat? A burger and fries. And you ate a hot dog and fries. Like, why would you lie about this little detail? It benefits no one. It harms no one. It's just so useless, but you lie about it anyway. Why? Why? It's raining outside. Wear a jacket. I go outside and it's not raining. What was the purpose of this lie? Like, why? Anywho, we can leave that tangent out. I'll put a mark at 48 minutes 30 seconds so people know where it starts.
Are we taking over the universe? Yes. We welcome back. We missed you.
I missed you guys.
Yeah, how was
been a while.
The vacation was good.
Yeah, we're gonna say it's good.
You look like the sun. You got burnt. You look like you got cooked up by the sun a little bit. She looked like needed. a golden.
Period. We love a little bit of colorism. We love a little bit of that. Look at her, crispity, crackly, crunchy. You look so crispity, crunchy, crackly. Love it. We love when we get right into the colorism right at the start, so we know what we're dealing with.
Check it. Hey man, we're gonna have a great episode for you guys. We're gonna be talking about single parents dating, right? What it's like dating as a single parent. What do you guys look for when you guys are dating? What are the difficulties of dating as a single parent? Is it easy? Is it hard? Because I don't know.
Let me just say, I'm glad the Black community is starting to have these serious conversations. I'm so tired of these low vibrational. I'm tired of these low vibrational conversations that the Black community is having about, like, what should we do about systemic racism? How can we combat it? What can we do to move more jobs to the Black community? I'm so sick of those useless conversations about a white supremacy. Can we talk about dating as a single parent? Can we finally start talking about something with some substance? And I just want to thank these people for finally bringing a topic with some substance that we have never heard before. I'm thankful that they brought it here to the internet. Like, it's really, this is what do they call, like, fresh and new, like refreshing. Like, I feel like I've heard the same thing on Black YouTube, Black Twitter over and over and over again. But finally, we can get into this hot new topic: dating as a single parent. Our single moms hit the wall. Like, finally, we can get into some new stuff.
So go ahead. You want to talk about something you don't know.
I want to learn.
She does have tan lines, guys. Possibly not colorism. Don't worry.
I really want to learn. You know what I'm saying? So, what it's like dating as a single parent, male and female?
So go ahead.
I actually just started kind of dating.
Okay.
So I wouldn't.
So you were off the market.
Right, for a long time.
Okay.
So dating as a single parent is a little difficult to say. But beyond that, I think it's difficult for me to say because I don't have the same experiences as most people.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm a single parent, yes, but I have a nice village that's very helpful. So it doesn't kind of interfere with my dating.
What do you mean by that? You mean like the kids?
Yeah. Right. When you have a good village, you have good people around you that, you know, you can count on. It makes it a little bit easier when you're dating because you don't have to work around so much.
Okay. Yeah. Looking for a sitter and stuff like that, trying to be okay.
So like I would say, when my daughter was very young, I don't think people really believed I had a daughter.
Right.
Because my village was just really great. So my dad would get her every weekend, and from the time she was born up until recent, because now she's a teenager, she make her own little decisions.
That's right.
But up until recent.
That's interesting. The dad used to come and get the children, but now that the children are of age, they make their own decision, and there's a sort of implication that they don't go with the dad as much anymore. But I could be reading into it too much.
You know, her dad used to get her like Wednesday through Friday, so that would leave me Monday and Tuesday, which means if I'm dating, I have Wednesday through Sunday to make plans and arrangements. So Mondays and Tuesdays was off limits, right? So I'm just now entering the single parenting dating realm now that I have Miguel, and even though I still have my village, it's not the same. I'm a little older, So now it's making arrangements. It's like, whoa, yeah, this is hard.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can speak generally. I can speak in general or whatever.
No. We're gonna speak direct, brother. I want the nitty gritty. I want to hear. Listen, man, I gotta live vicariously through you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I feel okay. I'll say this. You know, for me personally, dating is not. Oh,
I forgot he has children. I forgot because of how he called women with children like used goods. I wonder if he considers himself like used goods, and if he applies it to both sexes, or if he's just like women only.
It's not complex for me because one, I don't have any restrictions.
Right.
Okay.
And by me saying that, yes, I do have older kids. So
no, but we mean how was dating when your kids were younger?
When they were younger,
yeah.
Well, I mean, when my kids were younger, when I was dating, it was a little bit of a challenge. Because of course I have kids and the other individuals didn't have kids, so they didn't understand the importance of me helping my children do their homework, putting them to bed, or maybe cooking dinner for them to make sure that they were okay. And sometimes I used to get a lot of backlash, attitude.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
Hold up, I need to start taking notes now before we get too much into this. Make sure you have some drink, y'all. By some drink, I mean something with some alcohol. You don't have to drink straight, no chaser. I'm going to be sipping on the Rocks Premium Cocktail Blue Hawaiian limited release. It is limited. They stopped making it. Sorry, y'all can't go and get it. You can't be bougie like me, but you shouldn't aspire to be me because you shouldn't aspire to be perfection. So just go and get a liquor of your choice or a mixed drink, Screwdriver, Mike's Hard, Hennessy, whatever you like to drink on, because I feel like we should all be just a little bit tonight. It's a Saturday night. This is 20%, so I believe it has yet to hit me.
Because sometimes certain women can be selfish.
Yeah, because that's very selfish.
Right, because they're not in that position, because they don't understand what parenting is. So
right.
Of course, so they used to always get mad. Oh,
Oops, I forgot to take notes. Okay, so he was dating women, and they couldn't understand that he was a father of a child and had responsibilities to his child, doing homework, being there for his child, and the women were upset at him for doing that. Okay, noted, got it.
Not spending enough time with me, you know, and I used to like take offense to it or whatever.
I'm spending time with my kids.
Yeah, I have to spend time with my kids. I actually cut off women that came at me like that.
Oh, wow.
You get what I'm saying? So
that's crazy.
Yeah. So I can say it was difficult when my kids were younger, when I was dating and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because my kids is my priority. They come first.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm not a person that particularly likes to date people with kids, anyways. So
why is that?
You know what? I was going to call this cap. I was actually going to say, I feel like he's lying. He's not telling the truth. I don't feel like any woman got with him and was like, you take care of your kids? Ill. Like, I don't think that actually happened. I kind of still don't think it happened. Because the one thing I see women enjoy is, like, for some reason, I don't know why, single fathers in the park taking care of their kids, hugging their child, flying kites with their child, doing dad stuff. Apparently women say they find this attractive. I'm not sure what it is about a man taking care of his children that women find attractive. Maybe it's like biological. I don't know. I really don't know. But that's what women are saying they find attractive online. So I was going to call him cap. But now that I think about it, I do know that dating as a single father, I don't even know if you can call it a single father if you don't have custody, but dating men with children, I think tends to be different because men are less likely to have custody of their children and they're less likely to take care of their children. So maybe he's actually in his child's life, and because of that, women are upset. Like, I don't know. I still think what he's saying is a lie. I'm just trying to understand why a woman might be like, oh, you have kids, ill. And you take care of them, ill. Welcome, V. V does not find men with children attractive. Sorry, fellas.
Why is that?
I prefer not to date people with kids because I don't like to deal with drama. So it has nothing to do with the kids. I love kids. But I just don't like to deal with the drama. And you
I missed a critical sentence. Hold up.
don't like to deal with.
Why is that?
Likes to date people. Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm not a person that particularly likes to date people with kids, anyways. So
why is that?
I think, okay, so when immediately after she said this, she looked at them and laughed. I'm not sure if she's serious or not. I feel like she just wants to get a rise out of them.
Well, I'm not a person that particularly likes to date people with kids, anyways. So
why is that? Why is that?
I prefer not to date people with kids because I don't like to deal with drama. So it has nothing to do with the kids. I love kids. But I just don't like to deal with the drama. And usually they have some form of drama, even if it's not necessarily like super chaotic or toxic. It's some form of.
I think parents would prefer to date people without children because it would be probably for the same reasons that a single person wouldn't.
You know, you guys have an issue, and I don't like to deal with it because
How
I don't
is
have those
that
issues.
fair?
It's very fair. So people always say that to me, like, that's not fair because you have kids, right? But the way I counter that is, yes, I have kids, but I don't have that dynamic. You know what I mean? Like,
but I understand, but that's not fair.
It is.
You can't just X somebody
I'm telling you, I don't want to deal with you because of the drama that comes
along. But if
along
there's no drama, you can't.
9 times out of 10, I was always right. It's always a female lingering with chaos and toxicity, and it's not. And I know that because even just when you talk to people, like.
Okay, I put a poll in the chat. Let me know if you guys would date men with kids. I'll leave it up for like 5 to 10 minutes if you want to vote. I do think what she's saying is fair, actually, because the premise of her argument is not I have children and you have children. It's I have children, but I don't have the usual dramas that come along with having children. Yeah.
I remember being younger, like in my 20s, and I talked to people about me and my daughter's dad's relationship, and they're like, that's not normal, you know, because we don't have that drama and toxicity. So it's like, yeah, I don't want to date nobody with kids because people my age, the girls are still holding on to this man, and it's some type of something going on. You can't see your kid. I don't like that. All that drama, I don't want no parts of it.
So you're not.
I don't give that drama to nobody.
So you're not even gonna give it a chance to see.
I don't want to.
Just because.
I'm not saying I'm not going to. I'm just saying you gotta have a lot of other wonderful characteristics.
I'm saying though, but that's a disqualification.
Yeah, I don't really want to deal with people.
I don't see any contradiction here. Hey, you there? She says she has kids. She don't date men with kids. I don't see a single contradiction in her body.
So my brother, if you got a child, you disqualify. Ain't that something?
I love kids though. Like I really love kids. It's just sometimes you know, I feel like domestic violence is very serious.
Okay.
In a lot of these situations, these women and men that don't know how to let go and they feel like the baby mom or the baby dad is supposed to be with them forever. I can't insert myself into a type of chaos like that because I don't bring that chaos to nobody.
But
I don't have that type of drama going on.
I'll tell you what, because that's from a female perspective.
Yeah.
From the male perspective, I've heard a lot of times, you know, even through social media, there's a lot of guys that they don't want to date women with kids either, because they feel like,
what's
you know,
that reasoning?
Well, I'm saying, but they feel like, why should I invest into that situation when it's not mine child? You know what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying. You're saying drama.
Well, let me pick it up from that.
Yeah, that's not a man. Break it down for me.
Okay, so this is
let me get my notepad out. He said he's about to break it down for us why men don't want to date women with kids. So I need to make sure I'm taking the notes so I can learn about a masculinity.
Because you're saying so, you know.
Yeah. So okay, and the men that don't date women with kids, I understand where they're coming from, because don't no man want to play Mr. Cleanup guy, right? Especially if it's a productive, competitive man.
Okay, Mr. Cleanup. Sorry, don't know, man. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing because I don't take him seriously. I take him very seriously. It's just hard to. That's why I'm laughing. So men don't want to clean up. What is Mr. Cleanup Man? Don't know. I think this is probably a variation of women want a bad boy when they're young, but then when they're old, they want a nice guy. Something like that. I think that's what he's trying to say. And he also said the men are competitive, productive. Okay, got it. What is competitive and productive? Hopefully he tells us now.
Why should he come? Don't no man want to play Mr. Cleanup guy, right? Especially if it's a productive, competitive man. Why should he come in that situation to clean up that situation?
Why not?
Nah, I don't agree with it.
I get that you saying you don't agree, but I'm saying why not?
So dating single moms, right? Let me rephrase that. Dating single modern women, this is 3 questions that I will ask them. What is it that you can offer me that you haven't given to another man?
All right. What can you offer me that you haven't given another man? I'm gonna assume, well, I was about to say I assume he's a virgin and has never had sex, because then he would have to ask, well, what are you giving to the next woman that you haven't given to another woman? I was going to say that, but then I realized that he has a child already, which he talked about earlier. So he has given a child to another woman and also given sex to another woman. I don't think he's going to talk about that because, I don't know, hypocritical or something like that. But so far, the men is competitive, productive. Why would he want to play cleanup man? Dating modern women name drop. So modern women, y'all need to answer some questions here. And what can you offer that you haven't given another man? What does he mean and why is it important? Hopefully he tells us.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I said. What can you offer me that you haven't given to another man? And the reason why I'm saying that, because 1, you shared your youth, your fertility, and your womb with another man. You shared your womb. You gave another man the biggest honor that you can give him, right? And my second question to that one will be like, why didn't it work out with the father of the kid that, you know what I'm saying, that you had a kid with, or whatever? You get what I'm saying? Because you created this family. So why should I give up my resources to take care of your kids, right?
My first question would be, is that how you date? And is that how the women who date you should treat you, being that you have children? I don't think he would say yes. What does he mean by giving your youth and fertility to someone? I don't believe you can give that to someone. I do believe you can date demons, right? And I do believe some men suck the youth out of you. Like, and you don't even have to be with them for a long period of time. Like, let's take this man, for example. I'm not saying he does this, but I can feel the youth being sucked out of me. I can feel the fertility being sucked out of me, like just drained. My energy is leaving me. What is an energy vampire, right? So I do believe that's possible, but otherwise, no, I don't believe you can give your youth, fertility, or womb to someone. My next question is, who's walking around with her womb? Who did she give her womb to, and why is she going to go get it back? That's my question. Has his value increased now that he's carrying a womb around, and he's whatever man she gave her womb to is now able to create life, I guess, because he just took her womb. It's gone. She gave it away. Thank you for the super chat, J Girl. What he said has an undertone of pedophilia. I can't say that word correctly because YouTube doesn't look kindly upon that. Your youth. Yeah, this is definitely. I did a whole deep dive into why men are so after youth, and my conclusion, to summarize, led me to they're just PDF files. That's what my conclusion led me to. I went down an entire rabbit hole. Where did this come from? How did we even become a nation in the first place where grown men could marry children and you can marry off your child to someone? Like, how did all of this start? I went down a deep rabbit hole, and what I determined is they just PDF files, to summarize, and have been for a very long time. Not this man in particular. I think men broadly who have this type of ideology around a woman's youth and why they should be going after feminine, quote, feminine, fit, friendly, young, fertile women. Actually, I had a conversation on Clubhouse. It was actually my first and last conversation I had on Clubhouse was like 2 years ago. No one told me that Clubhouse was what it was. And let me make myself big, actually. No one told me that Clubhouse was what it was. And I really look down upon you all for that, because I went in here thinking this was just an app. I thought it was going to be like Reddit or Twitter or something, right? I never would have thought that Clubhouse was the ghetto. I never would have thought that in my life. No one informed me. Like, if I ask you, hey, where's Popeyes? And you say, oh, it's over there. You're supposed to tell me, but that's a bad neighborhood, people shooting. You're supposed to tell me that I might run into some danger if I go into this thing, but nobody told me. So I went on Clubhouse, and these men argued with me about why the age of consent should be 13. And I deleted Clubhouse after the conversation. I would have kept Clubhouse, but they made Clubhouse, apparently you can make the thing public and available to download, re-listen to after, or you can make it not able to re-listen to after. And they deleted it while I was trying to download it. So that made me upset because I wanted to talk about that. But they were arguing. They were like, when I was 13, I had a job. Anyway, I believe they're just PDF files. That is truly what I believe. That's like a gross summary of it, but yeah.
Because men, we're very territorial, right? Because one, I have to share you with your kids. That is not mine. And also I have to share you with the father of your kids, who is to know what time the father of your kids is on. Because as of late, I've been seeing men been killing other men because they're dealing with their exes. You get what I'm saying? Okay. And I don't know if that man may want to cause some harm to me. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I understand everything when men are saying, I don't want to date single mothers with kids or whatever. You get my point? I get what you're saying.
So I'm going to throw out every single thing that he said regarding fertility, youth, competitive, productive, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to throw all of that out. He says that one reason that he won't date single moms is because he's afraid that other men who they have the child with will come after him. This is actually a valid concern, and I've been doing research on this. After I'm watching this channel and they cover I think I told you guys this, but I'm having like a CSI phase right now, like a true crime phase, and my whole feed on YouTube is true crime. I'm watching all types of pregnant woman's boyfriend took her life, and this woman was up and coming Instagram model, boyfriend got upset. I'm watching all types of these cases because I'm in my true crime phase right now. And there's a certain pattern, right? And this pattern is supported by research, particularly for pregnant women and women with children who become more susceptible to being unalived by their ex-boyfriend. So he said he ain't gonna protect nobody. You're gonna have to face that by yourself. He's scared of them too. I will note that for future reference. That's actually a valid concern. That is actually a valid concern. He is afraid of other men. I would be too.
You know what I'm saying?
So what's the third question?
So, and let me ask you this question, bro. If you went to the store, would you buy a product? Would you buy a product that had a broken seal?
No, I'm not gonna.
You wouldn't. Why you wouldn't buy a product that had
somebody, because it's already been, I don't know what's in there.
It's the same thing. That's the reason why men say they don't want to date women with.
A reminder, if you weren't here for the beginning of the stream, men who refer to women as a key or a lock or a car with 100,000 miles or a broken seal used product, men who refer to women in ways where they tend to be objects in these analogies have a higher likelihood of doing some nefarious behavior, to be PG, towards women and girls. And it should be something that you look out for. I'm not saying this man in particular, but this is language that's associated with an increase in violence. Y'all hear that? I feel like I hear a dog. No, it's just me. The liquor's hitting. Okay. But these men were more likely to do violent and sexual crimes towards women and girls, and tend to have a certain belief about women and masculinity.
Kids, because you already have been tainted. You already shared your womb with another man. So,
but are you serious right now?
Yes, I'm being very serious.
So okay,
I'm being very serious.
To count.
And he tainted. So he tainted a woman's womb. Let's talk about that. Actually, sleeping with men devalues you. This says something about men's value. Someone called the Canadian dating coach, I think, on TikTok made this whole equation. It wasn't no type of scientific method, statistic. It was nothing in this equation, but I let it slide because that's how men on YouTube and men on TikTok do. She made this equation because men say when you sleep with a man, your value decreases. Inversely, when a man sleeps with a lot of women, his value increases, right? So she makes this equation, right? We have a woman and we have a man on this side. Let me see if I can find her. Maybe she can tell it better than I can. If not, I'll tell it, but I'm gonna see if I can find her. I found it. This is some girl math. Let's look at some girl math real quick.
Guys who say body count matters are literally saying they think men don't have value. How do I know this? It's in the math. So here's a common statement used by these guys. The more males a female has been with, the more she loses value. So what that statement actually means is my belief is males have a less than 0 value. Let's take a look at the math. If a male had a value of 0, a female who would have to have a value of at least 1, sleeping with him would still have a value of 1. Because for a woman to lose value, she would have to have a minimum of a +1 value. So sleeping with a male doesn't take away her value if he's a 0, but if he's a -1, if he has a maximum of -1, then 1 minus 1 equals 0. So her 1 would lose value. I don't know about you ladies, but I'm not listening to people who tell me they're zeros or less.
Period. So she did some girl math. If you sleep with someone and their value declines, that tells me you are filth. If that tells me that I'm sorry. If somebody sleeps with me and I say your value just declined, that implies that I'm filth and she just laid down with filth and became filthy. I'm not sure why men would refer to themselves as something that takes away a woman's value by virtue of being with them, but they do. That is what they say. This also implies that women have the value that men don't have, because apparently men who sleep with a lot of women just gain value. Like this man said earlier, she gave him her womb and her fertility. So now this woman can't have children, and some man is out there walking around with her womb, doing who knows what. So let's go back.
Man. So,
but are you serious right now?
Yes, I'm being very serious. They don't want to date women with kids because you already have been tainted. You already shared your womb with another man. So,
but are you serious right now?
Yes, I'm being very serious.
So
the first thing I'm doing, by the way, when he says this is, so you tainted your ex-girlfriend's womb and she's forever tainted by you. You tainted her. You go out here and tainting people. That's the first thing I'm gonna do. Because I need to know, well, if it's tainting someone, why would you taint someone and then abandon them?
Okay, so to be a counter to that, because that is absolute. I'm gonna keep it up. That's some bullshit, and I'm going. That's some motherfucking bullshit. Yes, it is. Because I'm gonna say it is because you just said your first question was, well, I'm gonna ask a woman, what can she get? What can you give a woman that you ain't give to another female?
Okay, all right. Okay.
What can you? But no.
Okay, go ahead.
What can you give another female that you haven't? What can you give this one that you haven't given to another female? Why does it have to be that a woman have to bring you something? I'm not. Who the fuck are you that gotta bring you something?
Okay.
What are you bringing to me?
Okay.
It goes both ways. I thought. Now that's one. Now, two, you're saying, well, you don't know what that circumstance could be, what that situation could be. So are you speaking from a standpoint of a man who does not have kids just yet?
Both.
Or you can't speak from both. And the reason I'm gonna say you can't is because just as you're a man, if you are a man that has children, to say that to a woman that has children, it almost sounds, not almost, it's narcissistic as hell. Because if you've given another woman kids, who are you to ask a woman what you got to offer me because you gave a nigga kids? Did you not give another woman kids? So what happened with that family that you were building? Why did that not work out?
Okay, so can I answer your question?
Sure.
Okay, one, Vic, it's a double standard. Unfortunately, men can do it. You can. A woman cannot do what a man do. And two,
yes, we can.
Okay, but let me say this: I know the detractors and the critics going to come for me because I have kids. One, my kids are grown. I have a 20-year-old.
But at one point they weren't.
But let me answer the question. I'll let you talk. Let me talk.
You're right.
I have two girls. I have a 23-year-old and I have a 20-year-old. My oldest daughter has recently graduated from college on her way to grad school.
Yes,
my second daughter, she'll be graduating from college pretty soon, right? Secondly, I've never been married, so what I can offer a woman is marriage. That's the biggest honor. Listen, hold up. That's the
marriage does not mean anything without additional factors. Let's call it that. We watched on stream a couple months ago a man who stood a girl up. He stood her up 3 times. He canceled their plans 3 times for their first date. And then when she reached out to him and said, "You've canceled on me 3 times. I know my worth. I'm not doing this." He said, "Quick, meet me in the parking lot of Popeyes." They met in the parking lot of Popeyes and they had their first date, I think 10 minutes after that or something like that. Their first date was in the parking lot of Popeyes after she was stood up 3 times. Why she didn't know her worth, like she said in the messages, I don't know. They went on to get married. That marriage doesn't mean anything to me at all. That the title does not mean anything at all. Jeffrey Epstein had a wife. Why do I care about these people are getting married with no ring, not a diamond, not a what's it called, moissanite, not a nothing, just a title. That's it. Cheating on, beaten, abused, just the title of marriage. They did go to hold up. Bride who had a Popeyes parking lot first date before groom proposed with ring bought. Oh yeah, and his friend bought the. How could I forget? I forgot this. This had layers of messiness. This I can't remember. I can't believe I didn't remember this. There were layers to the messiness of this story. Not only did he stand her up 3 times, but he also took her to Popeyes for their first date. He rushed her to it because he realized he was losing her attention after he stood her up 3 times. But his friend had to buy their wedding ring because his finance. Anyway, let's read a little bit. A couple's wedding announcement was supposed to attract. Oh, she posted it. That's surprising. She's the one who posted. Oh, never mind. That's not her. Was supposed to attract congratulations online. Instead, it went viral due to an overpour of criticism about their first date at a Popeyes parking lot. Boston spouses Stevenson Boyce, 44, and Shahira Wade, 34, revealed to the New York Times mini vows section that they met on the dating app Hinge before getting married. According to the article, Stevenson canceled their first date twice before the pair finally met at a Popeyes parking lot. Shahira added that the line for Popeyes was so long that Stevenson eventually purchased himself a meal from the KFC across the street. I remember that part too. He got himself a meal. He didn't he didn't get them a meal. Oh my God. He got himself a bit. He said, this is taking too long. I'm going to go get me something to eat. I'll be back. Anyway, the two continued dating as Stevenson let go of 5 other women. He also did. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We already covered this on stream, but I completely forgot all of these details. I completely forgot. So he was talking to 5 women, stood her up twice, eventually took her to the Popeyes parking lot. Months later, he let go of 5 other women that he was also dating. Then he proposed. A couple months later, he proposed. And he admitted that the ring he proposed with was actually from his friend. The couple got married on July 23rd after sharing the announcement publicly went viral due to their unorthodox love story. Unorthodox is a word that they could use. That's one word they could use. Dusty. That's another. Getting hundreds of comments in agreement. One Twitter user wrote, the first date was not at Popeyes, which would have certainly been one thing, but in the parking lot of Popeyes after he canceled on her twice. He was a divorcee, 10 years her senior. Oh yeah, that's right. 10 years her senior, dating 6 women. His coworker bought the ring. She's a vice president at a multi-billion-dollar company. Oh my God, it just gets worse. He's what does he do? Don't know. Whatever he does, it's something that people who go on dates in parking lots of Popeyes do. I'm not sure what his occupation was. I forgot. But she's a vice president at a multi-billion-dollar company. Actually, she was a vice president at 2. I remember this. She was the president of one and the vice president at another. The bride's friend defends her Popeyes love story. So the bride's friends came out, and this is what she said. As someone who knows this bride and was in this wedding, know that she is happy, thriving, loved, and blessed. Is this what men mean when they say your friends are... No, that's not what they say. They say your single friends are keeping you single. They don't say your terrible friends are keeping you in a terrible relationship. That's not what they say. Sorry. She's happy, thriving, loved, and blessed. She never wanted to be married, but she found a great guy who opened her eyes to an even more amazing life. She is no fool, and he does his part. They are good. Now, that's interesting. I'm wondering, it feels like you got hypnotized or something. Like, you know those people, what is it called? They get in these cults, right? And in the cult, they all like, I would say delirious. I would use the word they're like delirious. They all share these same weird beliefs. And then the cult leader, like, well, we all gonna take pills on the 25th and we gonna ascend to heaven. Anywho, that's what this sounds like. It sounds like she had an amazing life. Somebody came into her life and indoctrinated her into a cult. But what her friend is saying is she never wanted to be married, but she found a great guy who opened her eyes. Those 2 times he stood her up at first, don't think about that right now. And don't think about the fact that when she messaged him and said, I'm tired of you wasting my time, he said, quick, meet me in the parking lot of Popeyes. Don't think about that. Don't think about that at all. Don't think about her being a vice president and him being unemployed. Don't think about that right now. Just think about how beautiful marriage is. We're not about to get into this Popeye story. I'm not about to read all this because we're not even, this was supposed to be a brief mention, but Hey There said they did not go to Popeye. Oh, actually, Hey There was right. The whole reason I brought that up is because I was like, they did go to Popeyes, but no, they didn't even go to Popeyes. They went to the parking lot of Popeyes, and because it was too busy, he walked across the street to get himself a meal from KFC while I guess he talked and he ate it in front of her. Or maybe they shared a 2-piece and a biscuit, maybe. So Hey There was right. They didn't actually go. No, they went to Popeyes. They didn't go in Popeyes. All right. Now let's go back. Let's go back to what he's saying.
So what I get pretty soon, right? Secondly, I've never been married. So what I can offer a woman is marriage. That's the biggest honor.
Oh, I did not hear her. She said, that's it. Hold up.
I've been married. So what I can offer a woman is marriage. That's the biggest honor. Listen, hold up. That's
it. That's it. protection, providing, no, marriage, happy marriage, not even a happy marriage, not even a happy marriage. Let's go back real quick.
Women are leaving their marriages for some of the silliest things. I'm not happy. Because you're not happy, you're just gonna walk away from your marriage. Marriage is not about happiness or whatever. It's about duty.
This man's offer you hard labor and work. This man gonna let you toil the earth. You gonna get out there with them garden tools and you gonna rake the land. So that's the marriage he's offering you. Not a soft life, not a happy marriage, a marriage with duty, and you gonna get out here and work to make your man happy and that's the marriage he's offering. What do you offer actually, sir? Nothing. Less than nothing. As the coach pointed out earlier, -1. You offer less than nothing. You actually don't add to my life, nor do you make a neutral impact to my life. You actually take away. That is what you offer. An unhappy marriage. And it's a flex to them. This is so. Why are people still bragging about the title of marriage? Simone Biles talk about, at least I got a man. Simone Biles' husband gonna catch strays in every live stream I do, ever. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just so sick of people saying I can offer marriage this, and I'm married, and at least I got it. It means absolutely nothing. It's like maybe it's a coping mechanism. Maybe he's like, because listen to how he talk about women with kids and they're used up and they offer nothing. Maybe he has a kid, right? So he's like, I'm used up and I add nothing and I have absolutely nothing of value to give any woman. So as a type of coping mechanism, he says, I have marriage. I can, like, maybe it's a coping mechanism so he doesn't feel like filth, right? Because he describes these women as if they're filth. You have a child, you're a filth. Why would any man want, right? So maybe he feels filthy, and to make himself feel better, he's like, oh, but at least I can offer marriage. I don't know what else it could be besides delusion. Popeye's parking lot ring, and you want me to be her friend said, y'all are just jealous that she got a man and you don't. What's wrong with my friend buying the wedding ring for my wife? We put a lot of thought into it. Marry his friend. His friend care more. His friend put more effort into it. Thank you for the super chat, Banji Baby 21. They tell us no one cares about their happiness while simultaneously being okay with not making sure anyone else is happy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. I'll leave that on for a while.
The biggest honor a man can give a woman is marriage. Yes, that is the biggest offer I can.
Did she just laugh? Oh my, hold up.
So what I can offer a woman is marriage. That's the biggest honor. Listen, hold up. That's the biggest honor a man can give a woman is marriage. Yes, that is the biggest offer I can offer a woman is marriage. Because you know why? Okay, no woman ever said that I was married to them. So that would give that other woman bragging rights. That.
Oh my God, I just realized something. The biggest honor I can give a woman is meth. Because that woman can say, oh my God, no one ever offered meth to me. This man is so unique. This man is so valuable. What are you talking about? What is this man? How does your mind work? How does your mind work? Because nobody ever offered it to. Nobody ever offered me heroin. Does that make somebody offering me heroin like, should I get in a relationship with them because they're so valuable, because they're offering me something nobody ever? What are you talking about? Is this what he means when he say used goods? Because I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to see it. Don't make fun of him just because he has 2 kids. Stop it. Nobody's ever offered me a marriage before. Yes. Yes. I mean, look, this got Popeye's parking lot man a ring. Well, his friend got the ring, but his proposal Like actually, people do value marriage. They don't need it to be happy. They don't need it to be good. Just marriage. Unfortunately, he is correct. As much as I hate to admit it, he is correct. A woman will see this man and say, I don't care that his hair, what do they call it? His hair, not ghost follicles. What do they call it? Hair challenged. Let's call it that. I don't care that he's hair challenged, right? I don't care that someone was saying he looks pregnant. Maybe remember earlier when he said you gave your womb to another man, and I was confused because, like, is another man walking around with her womb? What do you mean? Like, maybe he's carrying the womb, as someone pointed out earlier, he looks pregnant, right? So maybe, like, anyway, you offer a woman this, but she's going to look past it, I believe, and say, oh, but he's offering me marriage. I do think he's right. Unfortunately, I do think he's right. I think it's changing, and I don't think as many women hair deprived, follically challenged. Follically challenged. Oh, that was ugly. Sorry. Maybe anyway, yeah, he don't offer anything that I can see of value, but a woman gonna say marriage and jump on it. I believe him, even though it's changing, and I believe women are walking away from relationships. Not just I believe this is what the data indicates. Women are having less sex, less relationships, less marriage, less childbirth, less, like, women are walking away from relationships according to any research I've ever seen before. So but I still think that there's a woman out there who's going to say, this man offers me nothing but marriage, and I'm going to take it.
I've given you the biggest honor by marrying you. You're not just my baby mama, but you're my wife. And you can research my name. You would not see my name logged on any marriage license in all 50 states of America.
Why is he bragging about having sex with a woman and not marrying her, which he has 2 children? I'm not sure if it's from one woman or 2. Why is that a flex? I didn't marry my first baby mama. What you're saying is I've never married before, so you're going to be the first person. It's going to be your honor. But what I'm hearing is you got someone pregnant and then marry them. I'm not about to do this with y'all in the comments. Let me see what y'all voted on the poll. So y'all acting up in the comments. I asked, would you date someone with kids? 38% of y'all said yes. 62% of y'all said no, with 92 votes. It's 150 people in. Why have y'all not voted? Why is it only 3 likes on the... Let me zoom in. It's only 3 likes on the video. It's only 3 likes. Is this what you think of me? Is this my worth? Please leave a like on the video. Only leave a like if you actually like the video. You can leave a dislike if you don't like it. Maybe you're like, oh my God, how could you talk bad about marriage? It is literally the highest honor. Who cares if it's the Popeye's parking lot? I don't care. Marriage is like, maybe you disagree with me, right? And you can leave a dislike if that's how you feel. 36% of y'all would date someone with kids. 64% of y'all, no, you would not date someone with kids. I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up for more people to vote while we go back.
Yes, and that's what it is. I'm bringing marriage and I'm bringing my resources to you. That's what I'm bringing. Resources and marriage. And I have receipts because I am successful. When my kids were born, I always had custody of my kids, and I have receipts. And my kids' success shows it. So I know what I'm talking about.
She made the face I was about to make. You're not going to convince me this woman's not funny. She has not told a single joke, but I know she's funny. Let me go back real quick.
And my kids' success, I'm successful. When my resources to you, that's what I'm bringing. Resources and marriage. And I have receipts because I am successful. When my kids were born, I always had custody of my kids, and I have receipts. And
he is successful. This is the #1 podcast on the planet. My source, him.
kid's success shows it. So I know what I'm talking about.
Ralph, do you have something to add?
Go ahead.
Well, no, well, okay.
They're both dumbfounded. I don't even know how I would respond to what he said. I'm very successful. My children are very successful. Love that. I do love that for him if he's successful. I actually do. We love to see Black men succeed. And that's what we love on this channel.
You're not a single parent, so it's a little bit more harder.
No, I'm not a single parent, but I grew up in a single household.
Right.
So I grew up without a father. I've always wanted a father,
right?
Whether mine's or not, whether like blood or not. So I always wish that I had somebody to kind of like lace me up, guide me, because you know we bump our heads a lot. So
yeah,
I understand where you're coming from, what you're saying, because you're like, and I get the whole thing. It's not my child. Why should I invest my time? But I'm saying like for me, because I wanted that, so I can understand from both. I wanted that. That's not something I would. If I meet a woman with children, that's not a deal breaker for me.
Right.
Because when I was in high school, I was dating a girl that was out of high school with kids.
Right.
So she had one child, a son. But I love kids though. So to me, it's not like, I don't look at it like I'm wasting my time, because I always hear people say, well, if I did a woman with children, one day her children is going to denounce me and say, you're not my father. But for me, I always look at it this way, it's a rite of passage. Because at the end of the day, if we're bickering and I'm trying to give you the right things to do, the right thing to say, the only way for you to hurt me or to make me feel little is by you to say, well, you're not my dad, you can't tell me what to do. And I call it a rite of passage. That wouldn't bother me. But again, I'm speaking from me not having a dad. You see what I'm saying? Something that I always wish I had. So to me, that's not really a deal breaker. But I'm not speaking for all men. I'm only speaking for myself.
Right. And
maybe he should speak for all men. Well, this man has been too quiet for this podcast. I never would have thought. This man said, I don't understand where you're coming. Well, he said, I understand where you're coming from, but I grew up without a father. This is my understanding of what he said. Maybe I'm misinterpreting. Let me know if this is a good take in the comments or not. I grew up without a father. I grew up wishing I had a father. I don't understand your reluctance to date women with kids. I don't understand men saying, you ain't my daddy, you ain't my dad. The child's going to say, you ain't my dad, you ain't my dad, you ain't my real dad. That doesn't matter. Children become teenagers. They gonna say stuff to the biological parents that's not nice. It's a phase. It's a rite of passage that they go through, blah, 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 blah. That's what I heard. He said he don't care who he date and if they have children, because he grew up without a father. So he would have always wanted a parent. So that changes his perspective about dating women with kids. That's what I heard. Let's see if I was correct.
On a rock, I wouldn't do that. You know,
you know what I'm saying? Like, just like you said, bro, it's not that it's a deal breaker, but
V, how much money does he need to have for y'all to date him with kids? Matter of fact, here, we can make a poll. How much money does a man need? A Q&A. I need to know how much money. Yeah, but it says, so I put a Q&A, but it makes the question different. So I think you have to click where it says, it'll say top chat or live chat or something like that. You have to click that and then you can go to the questions. I need to know how much enough is.
But me, just how I think if a man is going to be dating a single modern mother, that single modern woman is going to have to go above and beyond to show herself approved to that man. Because why would that man select you when he could go out there and select a much younger woman that is childless? That's not going to bring the chaos to him. Because like I said earlier today, who is to say what time the father of your kids is on? You get where I'm coming from?
You're looking at
that's
safety.
That's only one perspective that is a very important perspective, of course, but it's only one. So like, even when you say me being okay, I'm gonna take myself, me being someone I didn't grow up with my father.
Okay.
I would hate if my mother had met men with that mindset that you just described, because the men that my mother, and it wasn't a lot of men or whatever, but like my stepfather came along when I was like in 4th grade. I thank God for him every day. You understand? Like, my father wasn't present in my life. He stepped in and he did what no other man did all the way through till I was all the way in college. They didn't get divorced until years later. And that man saved my life in so many ways. He was so, and we did have fights. I mean, like teenagers, kids, you got kids, kids say, your kids say crazy stuff to you. So just imagine what they're gonna say to a stranger in the midst of being upset.
Like I said, dog, like for me.
I'm actually curious, why would he have children if, like, his perception of children seems to be like they're a detriment to your life, they're a drain, they add nothing, they suck your resources, right? He's talking about he's scared of the father of the children as well, because the father might be on demon time. But also there's a sort of theme in what he's saying in The Man with the Gray Shirt, where he's like, children are valueless, they're less than valueless, they have negative value, they take away. Parasite, thank you, that's a good word. Children are parasites. Why would he have children if this is how he feels about children? That's something I'll never understand, someone who has children who refers to them in such a way. Now I understand if you think children are parasitic. I absolutely understand. If you think children are a drain, I absolutely understand why you say that. They are a drain on resources, and they are, yes, I would agree with you. But to refer to them holistically this way, as if this is not a human being who I'm required to take care of, but rather this is a drain on my bank account. Like, it feels like a lack of humanity towards children. I'm not sure why a person like that would have a child. What I hear a lot of men say is they want a legacy. I don't know what his legacy is, hottest podcast on the planet, but some people want a legacy. So maybe that's it. And maybe like she and the other man are having difficulty answering, because she and him are like, I grew up without a father. I would have loved to have a father. If I'm dating a woman with kids, why would I think that way? And she's like, I didn't have a father. Another man stepped in and saved my life. I can't imagine him saying I'm a drain. Like, maybe their perception of children is so much different than his that it's difficult for them to answer his question about why a woman should bring more if she has a kid and children don't benefit me and blah, 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 right? My faults.
Oh, but sorry, not to cut you off. So I'm just saying, you know, thank God for him, because I tell him all the time, if I had, my father's out of prison now, if I get married, both of them have to walk me down the aisle because he really raised me. Yeah. So that thought process is, to me, is just mind blowing and it's insane. The reason I don't want to date people with kids, I don't concern myself with what the kids may or may not say, because what you give a kid is what they're going to give you back. And once they get to that age of teenage, we know teenagers, so that's not even something to take personal. I'm expecting you to say it, because if you don't say it, I think something ain't right. Because that's what kids are going to.
To clarify, I don't think it's a problem to say that children can be a drain on you, but I think it's important to realize that children can be enriching as well. Children can be enriching as well. When people say my child is a parasite and my child is a drain on my resources, I assume that their child, like, they value and benefit from having their child, right? Like, think of doing very, very hard labor. I don't know if you guys have ever done that before. Painting a house, putting shingles on a roof. I've been out here in this hot sun doing some stuff, right? And to pretend like painting the outside of a house on a hot day or putting shingles on a roof on a hot day is not taxing and draining would be false. It is taxing and draining, but it's also very rewarding to look back on the work that you've done and see that you've improved the house or whatever you're working on, right? That's what I'm saying. He seems to be talking about it like this is just I just sink my money into it and it just goes away and it's gone and it's drained. I don't get a return on my investment. It's useless. It's valueless. That's how he seems to be referring to it. Whereas I see children as something that not only takes away from you, specifically from your finances and time and stuff, but also is an enriching experience to raise children, right? Even people who call their children a drain, I think, tend to say they wouldn't give up their kids for the world.
But some kids won't say it. Yeah. But again, if you do say it, it's like, to me, it's like,
it's a hit or miss.
It's like, I'm gonna laugh at you like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I like, my advice on this, man, is not gonna, because I say I can't.
You're not.
I can't say you're wrong. I can't say you're wrong. I can't say. All I'm saying is, for me, I'm black, bro. So I only know how to be black. Right. And all I'm saying.
Let me start taking notes because I'm getting confused. I can't say you're right and I can't say you're wrong, but I am black. He's correct. He is black, actually. He is. That is not incorrect. He said, y'all confusing me, but one thing I know is I'm black. I love that. I love that for him.
And there's a lot of us, we grew up fatherless.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it's because we always talk about back in the days and stuff like that. I think a lot of times, man, the difference with why back in the days was probably a lot better than today's, because a man, when he meets a woman, he didn't care how many kids she had.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If he loved that woman, like that woman, you know,
Took her and
you
her
know,
kid.
it was all in.
Yep.
But it's different time, different
But
mindset.
Can I piggyback off what you said?
Let me finish. I'm gonna let you rock.
All right,
So I can only go off my experience. Like I said, I always wanted a dad.
Anytime somebody says, "Can I piggyback off of what you?" I feel like they about to say the dumbest thing you ever hear in your life. The dumbest thing you ever hear in 2024, and it's only June. It's the dumbest thing you will have ever heard in 2024, and it's only June. But I'll let them talk.
Never had one, but now I get to play one. Right. So I get to be one. It's the most important. Yeah, I get to be, and I love being a dad. And to me, I don't look at a kid like that's mine and not mine. You know what I'm saying? I look at it like you a child, and you're with me. You're my child, no matter what. So. And I know it's gonna come a time, right? You're gonna go, oh, you're not my father, and I'm okay with that. I'm cool. Oh, you're right. I'm not your dad, but I am your dad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not your dad, but I am your dad, and I can take whatever comes along.
And as a kid that's been there, I can tell you, we say that in that moment because we're upset, we're teenagers, we're young, our mind isn't fully formed. But I promise you, we come back and that apology is 10 freaking fold because we understand. But as a kid, you can't expect kids to understand.
But also, let me say this. Let me piggyback off what you said, because you mentioned
about the time.
Yeah, the time. Yeah. So you have to understand. In those times, women used to honor men. You know, when a man came in and took over a family, that woman gave that man praise. You know, just honor, because in today's time that we're living in, being a stepfather is like basically being down. You know what I'm saying? Being down talked upon, right? Because
down talked upon by who? Russell Wilson has so much favor with so many women. I've never seen a woman talk bad about Russell Wilson, for example, in my life. I've never seen a woman say he's just taking care of another man's sperm and she's used. I've never seen a woman say that about Russell Wilson ever in my life. When he say that men who take care of another woman's children, stepdads, are down talked upon, he's talking about he talks down on them. His friends talk down on them, and probably men generally. That's upsetting. That's particularly upsetting if you're a black man and you're in a community where so many children are without fathers, and you look at men who take care of fathers as if they are less than. And you look at black boys and black girls as if they're another man's sperm, not human, who need to be raised and nurtured and have a father figure in their life, but another man's sperm, a drain. I cannot understand how a black man would say something like that. He probably didn't have a father. 67, I think, % of black kids don't have a father in the home. So out of these three, maybe he's the one with a father, right? Because those two would make up 66% since they both didn't have their biological father in the home, right? The idea that you can live in a community like this and your perception of women who birth children, right? Birth the people who look like you, is that they're used up. Your perception of the children who they give birth to, right? The black boys, that thing that you used to be, they're valueless, drain on my resource, parasite, another man's sperm. Why would I get in a relationship with someone with a child? Like, can you imagine being a child hearing someone refer to you like this? Is this what black men think of black children in the community without fathers? The other man said, you know what? You know how this benefits me? I never had a father, and I get to be that for somebody else who doesn't have a father. I get to be the superhero in a child's life that I didn't have in my life. I wish a man had have came in my life and said, you don't have a father, I'm going to raise you because you're worth being raised. And he says the fact that he gets to go out there and be that for a child without a father, he says is the benefit to him. That's what he says is enriching to him. I agree. I absolutely agree. I've dated people with children. To raise a child is, I think, beautiful, actually. I think it's difficult to see it as beautiful in today's climate. School shootings are rampant. There's not a lot of social programs for people to take advantage of to aid them and their children. And it's difficult to live by yourself on one income, let alone raising a child. I agree. It's difficult to see the positives in having children in today's climate. I absolutely understand, but I do believe it's something that is enriching done under the right circumstances. And now I'm raising another man's sperm. Maybe this black boy who I'm raising avoids gang violence or a negative influence from other male figures in his life that might give him a negative influence, which we know is clear due to the research, right? Maybe I can intervene. This boy doesn't have to lose his life to gang violence because I stepped in. This is something of value. He doesn't see that value, unfortunately. And yes, Dita, he's talking about a woman should accept him and his kids because he says he's successful. He has the hottest podcast on the planet. Their views did not align with that statement, but that's what he said. And he said he might not have anything to offer her, but he can give her marriage. She's not going to be happy in the marriage because he said happiness. Marriage is not about happiness. It's about duty and labor. So she's going to be working. She's going to be working hard every day, laboring, toiling in that marriage. But that's what he said he can offer. And that's why he said a woman should accept him and his children, because he will go above and beyond and offer marriage to her. Nothing else, just marriage. Like go to the courthouse and on paper get marriage. That's what he offers.
Matter of fact, I see it all the time where modern single mothers will be like, oh, a man have to bring A, B, and C, and D to me. But this man that you created this family with didn't even have to pay that premium price.
But who's to say that?
No, it's going on. It's omnipresent. So why does this man, who is competitive, productive, has to come in and share his resources with you? For prime example. So
I still want him to define like competitive and productive, because he says that throughout the stream, and I have no idea what he means by that. If you're competitive, don't you like a challenge? If you're describing dating people with kids as a challenge, it don't sound like you're competitive if you don't like a challenge. So I need to understand what he means when he says competitive and productive.
So if we do the Brady Bunch thing, right? If this woman
who watches his podcast, Prince.petti, and 2 other people based on the view count. I don't know who they are. We're not affiliated. It might be Prince.petti and Prince.petti and Prince.petti, because I know YouTube counts your view, and then if you view it again like 7 days later, they count it again. After you view within, like, as long as it's not within a tight time period, they'll count your view again. So it could just be me. It might just be me in here.
and have her kids, I have my kids, and we merge our family together, right? So every $100 that I spend within that household, 40% is going to go to your kids, 60% is going to go to my kids. So basically,
ew. I'm sorry, ew. Why would ew? He don't need. Let's be clear. He doesn't need to date people with kids. Let's straighten that out. I hope no one got the wrong impression from anything I'm saying today. I'm not saying you have to date someone with kids, especially if these are your beliefs. That is disgusting. F 60% of my money goes to my children, my birthright, and 40% goes to that man's sperm. Ew. You should, if you would are a stepfather to children, that should be your child. I don't know why people, these are my children and that's your child. I don't know why people do that.
I'm taking resources away from my biological kids to give it to your kids. Who is to say if those kids are going to appreciate me for what I'm?
Why are you struggling? Like, I'm taking away my resources? Like, this man, you're not impoverished. You are successful. You have the #1 podcast on the planet. Let's go back. We're at 1923. Let's go back because he said this, not me.
So Change Tomorrow.
You cannot take my mind.
Welcome back to another episode of Change Tomorrow. Today, the hottest podcast on the planet.
And the planet. That boy went from the world to the motherfucking planet. Boy, we taking over the universe.
You have the hottest podcast on the planet, sir. Why are you talking about, oh, I have to use half of these finances for my kids and for theirs? How am I supposed to eat? Why are you complaining? Number one on the planet. I drooled a little bit. That wasn't cute. It's that liquor. It's hitting me a little bit. Sorry. Let me go back.
Kids to give it to your kids. Who is to say if those kids are going to appreciate me for what I'm doing for them?
Who's to say your kids will appreciate you providing for them? As several of you have pointed out about me, I don't believe a child has an obligation to their parents, even if their parents provide for them and are good parents, as y'all have pointed out about me. I'm not saying you have to discard your parents like filth. I just said I don't believe you have a moral obligation and y'all dragged me. Who's to say your children are going to appreciate, your biological children are going to appreciate what you do, what money you gave them? This is like actually the most false thing I've ever heard. You can ask children who grew up in single parent households, how much do they appreciate their father's $50 checks every 2 weeks? Ask them if they appreciate their mom or father more. The fact that you put some money into something doesn't mean that they're going to appreciate you regardless of if it's your sperm or not. And if they don't appreciate it, so what? What would you do if your biological children didn't appreciate your money? Would you say, oh, well, having biological children isn't valuable because they might not appreciate my money? Probably not, because you have to. Yes, $50 every 2 weeks. And only, I think, less than the majority of child support was not paid actually or paid in full. So if it's being paid, then it's probably like $25 or $15 or something, or nothing. So it ain't even that. It ain't even $50 every 2 weeks.
For being present, for being a father figure to them, right? At least I know if I have my own kids, my own biological kids, as long as I'm showing up for them, I'm taking care of them.
Oh my God, why don't my stepkids appreciate me? I'm giving all this money to my biological children, and then I'm also giving a little bit of money to those sperm who I'm wasting my resources on when I could have been giving it to my biological children. Why don't they appreciate me? Listen to how you talk about them. You know, so there's this trope about evil step parents. Hold up, y'all. I completely forgot. I have a Walmart delivery. It's supposed to come between 8 and 9. And it's 9 right now where I am. Oh, it comes between 8 and 10. Okay. I chose the cheaper option, which there's a 2-hour window. And if you choose a 1-hour window, you have to pay $5. So I chose the 2-hour window. So I thought it was going to be between 8 and 9. But it's actually going to be between 8 and 10. And apparently they're still preparing it. So yeah, we're just going to have to continue waiting for this Walmart order. If you're curious about what I got, I have Cinnamon Toast Crunch waffle breakfast cereal because I'd never seen Cinnamon Toast Crunch have the waffles before. I'm like, this is new. This is fresh. I got to get in it. I'm going to be the first person to taste it. And then I'm going to give my review online. Everybody's going to be like, oh my God, this is going to determine whether or not I buy it. It's going to blow up and my channel is going to explode. Just letting you guys know. Just letting you guys know. But why would a child... There's this trope about evil step parents, right? And I'm starting to think maybe it's true. Maybe it's true. Instead of stepchildren being unappreciative and saying, you're not my dad, maybe these fathers are coming in and treating these children like second-class citizens and only making an effort to have a relationship with their biological children and then being confused when their stepchildren don't like them. If this is the conduct that he has in relationships where he's dating women with children, I'm not surprised his stepchildren don't like him. The way you describe them is like they're filth, not worthy of your time, attention, or money because they did not come from your ball sack. And you are like, why won't they appreciate me? Treat them correct. I've seen so many heartwarming stories where these stepfathers are out here for your 18th birthday. I wanted to surprise you with this. These are your adoption papers. I want you to be my son. I love you, son. Don't call me Frank, call me Dad, because who you are to me is my. I've seen these heartwarming. Let me pull up one of these stories. Y'all don't believe me. It's okay. I know you shouldn't believe someone's words. You should believe actions. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something real quick.
So this says yesterday, today, and forever.
Oh God. Oh my God. Can you do this?
To Dad, love McKenna. Happy Father's Day. There's a picture of me and you just a little squirt. Okay, I'll get there.
She's a squirt. She's a squirt. She's a squirt. Now stop.
A biological father and a real father are not the same thing. You share DNA with a biological father.
Dude, you're like me. Shh.
But you share so much more with a real dad. You share your hopes, your dreams, I love you. Your ambitions.
I'm not ambitious.
Your worries in life. He watches out for you, cares for you, and loves you. Just dance. He smiles when you're happy. If someone hurts you, he hurts them, or they hurt him. He's proud of you. Always proud of you. And wants the best.
I just want to point out earlier, they said something like, he might be our biological dad, but we share more with you, our real dad. And I'm already tearing up.
You seem pretty real to me. I love you and want you to be my daddy forever. Will you adopt me? I love you, Dad. Where'd you go? You gotta come over here.
You went behind the chair.
Get out from behind the chair.
Come on, Nick.
Hey, butthead.
I had to go off camera to cry. We're not gonna watch the other half because that's already too much for me. I'm sorry, but jump scare. I've never seen. I just pointed that out to illustrate. I have never seen a stepfather come into children's life where their father has abandoned them, and this man treat those children as if they have value and as if they have worth, regardless of what you think about children, if they're a drain or whatever have you. If you treat them as if they have worth and as if they have value to you and as if you love them. I've never seen a stepchild treat a step parent who comes in and provide all of that loving and just, you're not my real dad. I don't care. I don't appreciate anything you did for me. I've never seen that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I've never seen it. And if your stepchildren hate you, it might be a reason. It might be a reason. Now, your kid saying you're not my real dad, as the other guy pointed out, he said children go through phases. Teenagers have angst. Even if you're the real parent, teenagers gonna lash out and say things they don't mean because they're emotional, stressful, or going through a tough time. That's different. I've never seen a child not appreciate a parent who does right by them. Even step parents. The fact that this man is on here referring to stepchildren as another man's sperm, worthless, I'm wasting all this money I could have been spending on my biological children, already tells me how his stepchildren, if he has any, would perceive him. But he's not going to look in a mirror anytime soon. Let's continue.
Mentally present.
No, I'm not all forehead today. He's all forehead. Can we talk about when you're bald? This is my personal belief. Y'all don't have to believe this at all. When you're bald, I personally believe your forehead goes around your head, down your neck, down your back, all the way down your ass crack and back up to the front of your head. I completely believe if you're bald, you no longer have a forehead that ends, it goes all the way around your body. You're not going to convince me that you don't have a forehead that goes all. Where does a forehead end? It ends where your hairline begins. That's where it ends. If you have no hairline, guess what? It goes all the way back up around your body, around your ass crack, and back up your chest and up to your head and continues. It just gets infinite. Infinite is what you call it. Infinite. No, it doesn't stop at your beard hair when it circles around the body. Because where does the hairline stop? Forehead, your hairline. As in the hair on your head. If you have no hairline, it continues around your body infinitely. That's not shade at this man. That's my belief about bald people generally. Period. See, Ocean said they're bald too.
Isn't it for my kids?
I shaved my head once. I had a forever foreline at one time. I'm not saying this to shame anybody. This is just my belief.
At least I know when I become an old man one day, my kids are going to take care of me. I don't have to worry about my kids telling me, oh, you ain't my daddy. Why do I have to listen to you? And also, too,
this is not true. Your children do not take care of you just because you're their biological dad. Maybe I heard him wrong. Hold up.
About mentally present. I have my own kids, my own biological kids. As long as I'm showing up for them, I'm taking care of them. I'm mentally present for my kids. At least I know when I become an old man one day, my kids are going to take care of me. I don't have to worry about my kids telling me, oh, you ain't my daddy. Why do I have to listen to you? And
oftentimes children take care of their mother, not their father. Even if you're in the life, children still abandon their fathers when they become older, because as we've seen time and time again, generally, even when the women are married, even when the women are cohabitating with the father or in a relationship with the father, whatever have you, even when they're both raising the children, the woman tends to be the one much more invested in the children than the father. The father seems to throw this $50 every 2 weeks at the child and think that is parenting, but this doesn't actually create a connection with your child, which is why children tend to be, I think, much more likely to put dad in a home while they care for their mother. He doesn't know that because a mirror is nowhere around this person and a research is nowhere around this person. I don't believe this man has read a research, not one research, not one statistic. Ever. I don't think this man has ever read a research ever. Like I strongly believe this. I have no proof to prove this, right? I have no proof at all. But I strongly believe something about this man makes me feel like he has never read a research ever. Can you see this man going into the FBI crime statistics to break down? Like, can you see this man going through a lengthy paper and just like, can you see this man saying, you know what? Are children appreciative of stepfathers? Let me see if there is some data around whether or not children appreciate stepfather. Can you see him doing that? I can't. I honestly can't. Not even in school. Let me copy your answers. I can't see it. I can't see it. The Q&A is supposed to be for me to ask you guys questions. Someone pointed out for you guys to ask me questions. Excuse me, I'm using it incorrectly. But I asked how much money for you to date a man with kids. Chrissy said he should be able to afford a nanny to take care of his children. Diane said plenty. I think that's actually what V said. V said a lot. I asked her how much is a lot, and she said a lot. E. Wadsworth said, depends on how many kids he has. I won't date anyone who don't take good care of his kids. I'm 4B right now. Shout out to the 4B movement. So all of this is hypothetical. The hypothetical man gotta have, anyway, he has to have enough to not to feel it, take care of me and my kids. He gotta have the hottest podcast in the world. At least the hottest podcast, on the planet. Was she tainted or Kitty? Time out. Production said, "I'm late. Where's Petty's hair?" Oh, it's gone, y'all. I'm not gonna do hair anymore. I've decided the buzz cut is for me. So what happened? I decided the buzz cut was for me, and then I got the buzz cut and saw myself with it after, and I was like, oh, okay, it wasn't for me. It was for that model that was in the video with the buzz cut. It wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. I got. You ever buy something from Fashion Nova and it looked good on the model, but when it come to you and you put it on, you're like, this can't be the same dress. The dress in the picture looked really good. Why this? Oh, it don't come with the body. It don't come with the body. Oh my God. Anywho, sorry, but y'all said they got to have some money to date you. Is the point?
Also, too, with bringing two families together, my kids may follow a certain set of rules. Your kids may follow a certain set of rules. So my kids could be like, "Daddy, why they do such and such and such? Why can they do this?" And because you have a.
It sounds like you need to have a conversation with the woman that you're talking to prior to getting in a relationship with her, even if y'all don't have kids, even if she's going to be birthing your children, your biological children, and you're going to be together with the mother, the biological mother. It doesn't matter. You should probably still have a conversation about rules in the household and what rules the children should follow. I think it would be weird if I thought that spanking a child is child abuse, right? I believe that. I believe spanking your child is child abuse. If I believe that and you're in my household and you have your children and you're spanking them and I say, oh, just don't spank my children, I believe that's absolutely wrong. I don't know why there would be two different rules in the household. I have no idea what this man is talking about. It sounds the household is probably going to have one set of rules.
Why they do such and such and such? Why can they do this? And because you have a set of rules from your kids, they're gonna be like, damn, why can they do this and why can't I do that?
You're saying the mindsets could be
different.
different.
It can be completely different. So that could confuse the kid. You get what I'm
saying?
I'm sorry. Oh my God, Dad, you said that we can't eat junk food, but they're eating McDonald's. I'm so confused right now. This is just confusing me and the other kids. I'm just so confused. What's going on? Can we eat it or can we not? Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I hate people who say, oh, the kids are going to be confused. I hate people who say that. You're confused. I don't think they're confused. I think you're confused. Yeah, I think he's confused. How would this work? How would my kids have rules and how do we divide the income for my kids? I think he's confused and he's projecting. I don't think the kids will be confused at all. The kids will be like, oh, he loves his children. He don't love us. They have different rules than we do because he don't care. I think the kids won't be confused at all. I think they're going to be completely aware. Oh my God, Brad's doll is confused. I'm just so confused right now. What's going on? Like, is it one rules? Is it two sets of rules? Like, what do I even do with? I can't. I just don't know. I'm shutting down right now.
No. Yeah, it can be completely different. So that could confuse the kid. You get what I'm saying? I get what you're
saying. The mindset. No. What I'm saying is that no. Listen.
He's offering marriage, but doesn't know that marriage is about compromise and communication. Actually, no, that is not what marriage is about. Marriage is about the woman specifically laboring and toiling and being unhappy because marriage is not about happiness. It's about labor and work and effort from the woman specifically, not from him. Hello to everyone who just hopped in. Welcome to the stream. Be sure to leave a like if you haven't already and subscribe because I see y'all coming to every video, watching and not subscribing. I see it. I can see y'all know I can go to my analytics and see who is and is not subscribed. I don't think people know that, but I can see who is and who is not subscribed. Not from this screen, but I can go to my analytics, which we're going to do at the end so we can shame the people who are not subscribed. So be sure to subscribe before that if you don't want to be called out.
pure stupidity.
But I'm saying,
no, it's not. It's stupidity.
No.
It's basically taking every
Let me hear that again.
reason you can stupidity.
But I'm saying the mindset. No. What I'm saying is that no. Listen,
this is pure stupidity.
But I'm saying,
no, it's not. It's stupidity.
No.
It's basically taking every reason you can think of in the book for why it wouldn't work. When you meet somebody and you're engaged with that person and you like that person, in the beginning, yes, it may be a conflict of how you parent, how I parent. It's gonna, even if you didn't have kids, it's gonna happen. If I meet you and I start talking to you, how you live your life and how I live my life may be two completely different things. Over time, we mesh. Over time, you.
Thank you. What are you talking about? Oh, the kid's gonna have two. Why are you talking to a woman and y'all haven't even discussed what you think about raising children, what rules they should follow, and you decide to blend their family? Like the case scenarios he's talking about implies that he gets with a woman, has absolutely no idea how she wants to raise her kids, how she thinks, what rules she thinks the children should have. And he just gets in a relationship, marry her, start taking care of their children, only to find out they have different sets of rules, which is wild. That doesn't even sound like a logical scenario to happen unless you don't consider these things before you get married, which it doesn't sound like he does. To be fair to him, it doesn't sound like he does consider those things. So that could be a very realistic scenario for him.
Blend. That's pure stupidity. And guess what?
TT is a little behind. I think TT is watching and they're behind. But yes, welcome to the stream, TT. Shout out to the infinite forehead people.
If it comes to the point where you guys can't agree on things, it would never even get to the point that you even have to concern yourself with blended families. Because as women, mothers, I can't speak for all mothers, but I can say, I'm not going to deal with no man that don't mesh or blend well with my kids. And that doesn't mean I'm putting my kids before you. That just means as I analyze this situation that we're in, if it's not going to work, it would never get to that point where we even have to go to that. But there are situations where you will blend just fine. That means that that's for you. I have a favorite phrase I like to use. I use it all the time when I'm referring to just myself, when I'm referring to dating. And I say it all the time, people need to learn their lanes. When you know your lane, you're not confused. When you're dating people that are in your, I'm in the far left lane. Probably about 90% of the time. And it's quite often that I get guys that are in the far right lane, that slow lane, and somehow they made their way over to mine. And I don't understand how they got there or why they're there, but they're there. So I have to redirect them because I know just off a conversation, just off of one conversation could let me know. And I have to redirect you and say, hey, this just isn't your lane. I'm not sure how you got here, but I want to redirect you very respectfully. So I say that to say, again, it depends on you as a person, because if you meet like-minded people, right, then the likelihood that it would be just so chaotic. What's the likelihood of that? What's the likelihood of it? You attract what you want, what you like. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm only saying that just as, like I said, I had my daughter when I was 19. If you want to be honest, I had my daughter when I was 18 because she was born 3 days before my 19th birthday. And so I've been doing this single parent thing since I don't even know. I can't even tell you when it started. This is here we are. But I've never dated a person that didn't get it. I've never dated a person that I had to fight with you about what you give your kids, what I'm giving. That's stupidity right there.
Before you. What I was saying, I get was the last part of what he said.
About what?
You know what I'm saying? When the last.
You notice I don't have to pause her and interject because she don't say something wild stuff. She don't say something wild. I can just let her talk and I don't have to interject because there's nothing to interject on. I like that. I appreciate people like that.
I'll cut you off too. I'm sorry.
Well thought out. I think that's the word.
Boy, you cut me off because you slashed me.
I had to get in there. Sorry.
No, what I was agreeing was the last part. What he said, he's like, "Yo, like, he's saying, well, how would I know that a child is going to look out for me? Right? That's not my child." Like I said again, I understand that part, but I'm saying I understand. I'm saying I understand his concern, his personal concerns.
That's a crazy concern.
But those are his personal concerns.
What
I'm see,
because my opinion,
you see what I'm saying? That's what I was saying.
Yeah, okay.
But like,
because my opinion shouldn't have dominion over anyone.
No, but for me, what I'm saying is for me, dog. Like I said, I'm a big kid, bro.
Yeah.
I run around in my house. I play in the rain with my son, bro. I run around, and it's not just because of my son. I would that with any kid, bro. I just love to have fun and be a kid. I'm a big kid, bro. I can't help it. My wife get mad at me. I'm a child, bro. I like to have fun, and I think that spirit in me just makes me get along with. I just love all kids. So I don't
love kids. I'm not saying I don't love kids.
You know what I'm saying? But for me, my mindset is not like that's mine. That's not mine. I don't like it. Even with adults, bro. Kids even more. Whatever I got going on.
I don't know why that man who jumped in to say I love kids too. No, you don't. Shut up. No, you don't. I love kids too. Great shirt. I feel like you should sit this one out. I don't feel like loving kids is the conversation that you should jump in for.
when my kids, if it's a kids around me, we all involved. I don't. There's no distinguish. If I'm eating, you know how everybody eating. But that's just how I am, bro. Like I'm very family oriented, and I love people, and I love kids.
Welcome to the membership, Melion, and the Sapphire. Dab. Every new member gets a dab. You only get a dab for your initial membership. You don't get a dab if you leave and then come back. Too many people were exploiting the infinite dab glitch, so we had to undo that. But welcome. We do like to be messy here, and my members' videos are just things that I think the public shouldn't see.
Even more because they're innocent. Correct. You know what I'm saying? And I look at it like, wow, and I protect them the way I wanted to be protected when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? That just, again, that's my take. That's how I am.
But let me make a point, bro. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm speaking, I'm speaking about what's going on in these recent times, right? And let me make another point. No man that is productive and competitive want to be restricted, right? I'm gonna give you an example, right? Like, okay.
What is competitive? What is that? Why does this man keep saying stuff and don't explain what it is? What is a competitive, productive man? I need you to define it first, because if you define competitive, productive as, I don't know, making 6 or 7 figures, already you talk about 5% of the population. So you do think 95% of the population of men should be dating women with kids. And okay, like, what are you talking about? I need you to define it so we can figure out who it is and who it's not. Are you competitive? Is the hottest podcast on the planet, is that competitive?
I'm gonna use you as an example. You're married, you have your wife, and you have your kids, right? Supposedly you get off from work, you want to go home and you want to enjoy your wife, right? It's easy for you to come home, and if your kids are past their bedtime, it's easy for you to say, hey, son, Janai and whatever, it's your son, me and your mama, we got some things to take care of. It's time for you to go to your room.
Princess Nine.
It's easy for you to say that if you have stepchildren too. If you respect and love them, they'll respect and love you too. But if you go into your household and say, why do I have to take care of these kids and I gotta sink my money into these children who aren't even mine when I could be giving money to my biological children, you might have difficulty with a combative child if that's what you do, which based on his answers early in this conversation, that's what it sounds like he does. What are you talking about? If they're my kids, I could just go and tell them to go to sleep. What if you tell your biological children to go to sleep and they don't? This don't even make sense. I'm sure there are some of you who have children in the comments. If you tell your child to do something, your biological child, they just instantly do it right away, all the time, 100% of the time. They listen to me all the time because they're my biological child. They are never deviants, and they never do anything bad ever in my life because they're my his perception about biological children versus stepchildren is so insane to me. The fact that he's like, oh, if it's my biological child, I can tell them to do something and they'll do it. But if it's my stepchild, I have no power, is wild to me. This is something, an ideology you think of when you're like 13 or something. This is like you being 13 talking with some other 13-year-old boys in high school, like, oh, if I had children, they have to be mine because stepkids don't. Like, this is some ideology that you make up when you're 13, but then you grow up and you're like, oh, okay, that was kind of stupid. But no, 47 with the same ideas from 37 years ago, same ideas, nothing changed. Went to high school, graduated high school, stayed the same for 45 more years. Didn't grow in anywhere. Got my money up. Became the hottest podcast on the planet. Same mindset. Let's continue.
Whatever, it's your son. Me and your mama, we got some things to take care of. It's time for you to go to your room.
Princess Naya, Princess.
Oh, and he's saying this is so he can have sex with the mom. He just got off from a long day of work and he needs to use his fleshlight, but the kids are in the way. But if he has stepchildren, he can't tell them to go to bed. But if he doesn't have stepchildren, he can. So I didn't even realize this at first, but this entire example is him getting off from a long day of work, coming home and using his wife like a fleshlight to relieve stress. So that's cool. a little bit of misogyny in there with the stepchild hate. We love it when people like intersection, right? We love that. Intersection.
Just shy and pop up.
It's time for you to go to your room. Me and your mama got some things to handle. But if I'm a stepdad and I come home and I say something to those kids, if I say, hey, it's time for you guys to go to sleep, some woman, I'm not saying all, some woman will take offense to it. They're like, well, why are you talking to my kids like that? You shouldn't tell them when they go to bed or not. It happens all the time. So that's the reason why.
I think he's lying, number one. Number two, if it is a woman who's out there and this man yell and berate his children in her household, but she's okay with it as long as he doesn't yell and berate at her children, I believe that's immoral. If you're describing something as abuse and you're, or whatever, mistreatment, right? Because abuse is a strong word. But you allow it to happen in your house as long as it's not to your children. That's wild. But I don't believe that what he's saying actually happens. And if it does, I think it's actually good. If women are preventing this man from doing what he describes doing to their children, I actually think that's good. And this does sound very specific.
It's happening. We're living in 2024. Come on now. Let's not play crazy like we don't know this is.
Well, I think remember we had the conversation we had when we had the Dear Black Woman episode, and I was saying that I feel like a lot of times, not just black men but black women as well, they don't do their due diligence. And what I meant by that is if I meet a woman, she has children, and me and her we've become, because it's going to take time for us to live together, and so I'm with this woman, we're dating, and eventually we get more serious, and I would hope that she would see.
Petty, what's going on today? Why do you look 45? I feel like a buzz cut is appropriate. I would have liked to have my mustache and beard, but I went to the barber and he started, I thought what he was about to do was line up my mustache and line up my beard. You could see that my mustache was lined up, like it's not just growing wild. My beard is not just growing wild. It is clearly lined up and groomed. It is not just growing wild. So I thought what he was about to do was groom it to make it crispy again, right? He shaved my whole mustache off and then went for the beard. So we were looking for a more mature look today, but unfortunately he left. He took what I needed for my mature look that I was trying for. But it's good to see that I still look 45. I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
See the way I treat her kids with love and admiration, whatever. So that when we are living together, if I say, hey, it's time for everybody to go to sleep, I would hope she would know it's coming from a good place. She's not going to intervene. Because as a man, she would understand, like, oh, we're gonna go spend some time together. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would hope. Like I say, for me, like I like to study. I like to do homework. I don't like to. I never like to dive into anything. The one time I ever dove into anything,
and for me to clear this up, bro, let me make this clear. And when I'm speaking, I'm not talking about single traditional mothers. I'm not talking about those. I'm not talking about single traditional. I'm talking about single modern mothers.
But as a man, as a man, okay.
Now I need you to define what is a modern mother, what is a traditional mother, what is the differences between these two, what do modern mothers do different? Like, I feel like he just says stuff and he don't. What is a modern woman versus a traditional woman? Is a traditional woman a woman born in the 1950s? Because I feel like you're not gonna meet a lot of them, not in your age range. Actually, you might. I don't know how old he is, but if I look 45, then I can only imagine. I can only imagine how old this man is. But excuse me. I need you to define those things and tell me why it don't work with one and where you got this. Like I need info that he's not giving, unfortunately. And is he a traditional man with 2 children with a mother he didn't marry? What happened to you have a child in the, okay, you getting married because you're not about to be out here with bastards. Now you have to marry the woman who you had. Like, is he a traditional man with 2 children out here with a woman he decided not to marry, now looking for a second one? Like, is this traditional man? And if not, why is he a modern man looking for a traditional woman? Why doesn't he get a modern woman?
But as a person such as yourself who's very traditional, right? There's no way you're gonna fall into that.
No. I won't allow that. As a person yourself who is very traditional, no, you're not going to convince me.
Okay,
That's
but,
what I'm
but as a
speaking
person such as yourself who's very traditional,
Right.
right? There's no way you're gonna fall into that kind of situation because you're traditional.
Right.
So that means the woman you're gonna be looking for is gonna fit that criteria,
Right.
So those examples shouldn't even exist because in your mind.
I actually agree with this. As a traditional man, how are you running into all these modern women and you're in all these relationships with all these things? How would that even happen to you? Wouldn't you be finding a traditional woman? You would be vetting out those women. You find a girl in the church, right? Y'all know church women love being traditional while still providing for their man. That's what I learned. Church women are going to be traditional, submissive, fit friendly, all that good stuff, raise the child, do the chores, and provide half the bills. That's what I'm seeing these days. So why is this traditional man not finding traditional? How did he end up with 2 kids from this modern woman? And how do you end up in these situations as a traditional man? The reason I believe is because he's not traditional.
Are you gonna do your homework?
Right,
That's what I'm saying.
exactly.
And I
But you're
understand.
saying them or speaking them as
Damn,
if this
G,
is
why
something
you
that
didn't
you
let me
would
finish? I had a good point
to
going.
realize. So y'all, I've been letting y'all talk.
No, but I was trying to go ahead. I was trying to drive a point home.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Because your point, I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Because I'm listening as from a woman. So my responses to you are based upon what you're saying. So it's almost like counterproductive because you're saying one thing and then you're saying something else. So you're saying I'm not speaking for. Okay, so that's what makes it like a little bit difficult because when you say these are.
They don't look for church women because they love 304s, but want to shame them too. Oh, the way I looked at the church demographics, and it's all women in the church. I ain't never seen a man in the church unless he was married. I ain't never seen a single man in church. Never in my life. I've never seen a single man. Oh, unless it's a boy and he's there with his parents, right? Because he has to because he's underage. But I've never seen a male in the church single. Never in my life. Never in my life. Hello, TK Danes. I'm glad you liked the live chat. I have not seen you here before, but you should subscribe and leave a like on the video if you like the video and keep watching. We're very fun over here.
Happening right now in these times, I need statistics. I need data. I need something to support that. And the reason I'm going to say that is because, again, when you say traditional, you're not talking about modern. It's so tricky going into that area, right? I consider myself to be a modern woman. Okay. However, I was raised on traditional values. Okay. So it depends on how you would then categorize, right? That's your choice, what you see, how you, and it so on and so forth for every other man. So you understand what I'm saying? Like, so to say that's what's going on right now, I have to disagree. And I'm disagreeing because I am a modern woman. And I have modern friends that are single mothers that would completely wholeheartedly disagree with what you're saying.
I get your point, but let me ask you this, Vic. So you don't think that a man that is productive and competitive.
I'm sorry, I hate this. Okay, I see your point. Very logical, very true. But what say you to this? Productivity, competitive. If this man add nothing, I don't even. What does this even mean? What are you even talking about? What do you mean competitive and productive? Please, their stream is almost over. It's 2/3 of the way through. This man has not told me what he means by competitive and productive man. What is that? It's the way he. Okay, true. But let me ask you this. Let's go back real quick.
But let me
friends that are single mothers that would completely wholeheartedly disagree with what you're saying.
I get your point, but let me ask you this, Vic. So you don't think that a man that is productive and competitive taking on a pre-made family? So you telling me that's a good thing? How? Okay, let me ask you this.
The question he's asking to this black woman who has black children where the father has abandoned these children, would it be good for another man to come in the community and raise these children? This is what I talked about earlier about how black men, unfortunately, when it comes to 2/3 of children in the black community not having a father, the men who could be father figures to these men unfortunately see zero value in these children. What's wild to me is that they see zero value in the male children because oftentimes that's how they grow up. It's like looking at yourself and seeing nothing. Looking at yourself in the mirror and seeing filth. I don't understand how someone can have this opinion. As a black man specifically. As a black man specific. The lived experience is too close to home. It is too close to home. You will not convince me that any black man should have this opinion. It is too close to home. The idea that black boys are in these households without father figures. In Georgetown has this study on upwards mobility where they look at women, men, boys, girls, black, white, and they say black men and black boys have a severe impedance to upwards mobility. Black women and girls are able to compete, and when you remove systemic issues like racism, poverty, they're able to compete on par with white women and outcompete them by a negligible amount. Black men and boys still struggle, even with father in the home, even with in a rich community, even when they're educated, they still struggle. The idea that you can see this happening in your community and you don't see the value in being a father figure to people who look like you. Not only do you not see value, but you see it as a detriment to your life. And you think that what he's saying is to go your own, save yourself, black men. That's what it is. I completely forgot that. It's a whole movement. Save yourself, black men. It's the F them kids movement. It's just like remixed a little bit, actually. That is wild to me. I don't think he understands that his words have an implication about how he sees black children. This is a man who has already created a broken home. He has 2 children with a woman he didn't marry and is not in a relationship with. And that, interestingly enough, I think that's the reality of what's actually going to happen. I think these men who are, oh, you're productive and competitive, don't settle for a woman with kids. I genuinely think these men are probably going to go out, be with a woman, probably break up with her and create another single family. Interestingly enough, that's what I think would happen with the quote competitive productive man. I have no idea what that is, but he keeps saying it. That's insane to me. It's shocking. I feel like I've seen this over and over and over again, but each time it's always shocking. The idea that people can look at kids, specifically black kids in the community who don't have fathers, and can say, oh, that can look at them as, like, in my view, this is looking at them as less than human. Like, they don't deserve my love. I have money. Why would I invest in black kids? Ew. Don't you know I have money? I'm competitive and productive. Now that I'm worth something, why would I invest in black kids? Competitive, productive men shouldn't invest in black kids. You should go and find a less valuable man. That's what those kids deserve. Disgusting. Do you not understand the implication of the words you're saying? I'm a competitive, productive man. Why should I take care of those kids? Directly translates to those children deserve a man who's less than. Go and find a shitty man to take care of them. That's what they deserve.
On a pre-made family, so you tell me that's a good thing? How okay, let me ask you this. How are your kids are going to be an asset to me if I was dating you?
I would never date a man that ever asked me no craziness like that.
See,
I would never, because you would never ask me how my kids would be an asset to you.
That's the thing.
That's insanity.
But see, I'm coming from a logical standpoint. You have to ask those questions.
The answer to this, if you believe that raising black boys and girls who have been abandoned in the community would improve the black community, which you are a part of, which I believe this would be a benefit to you if you have any sort of investment in the black community. You may not. You might not have an investment in the Black community. Outside from that, you probably shouldn't be asking how children can be an asset to you. That is disgusting. What you should be asking is, do I love the woman in front of me? Do I appreciate her? Do I think this relationship will work with the added struggle of raising children? Is that a burden I can bear? If it is, you should probably date her. If it isn't, you probably shouldn't.
Any woman
and let me say one more
is
thing,
going to
too.
let you say, how can your kids be no, sweetie, no.
It's the truth.
No, it's not.
And
Because if we're talking about we're living in a world, no, because we're talking about living in a world where you're constantly putting a male on this pedestal, and you're forgetting that this is not the old days. So right now, at this point, there are a lot of men that sit on a pedestal, but baby, their pedestal is way, way beneath that.
Duffy, he believes his own children are an asset. He believes because he gave them money that in his old age they'll take care of him, which he doesn't think is true of stepchildren. He also believes he has control over them that he wouldn't have over stepchildren. That's how he believes his children are an asset to him. That's the only thing he's described through this live stream is I have control over my kids. I can boss them around and tell them what to do because they're my kids. I can set the rules on them. I can control them. And in their old age, they're going to care for me. That's why he said his children are an asset. That's how he sees his children. That's how he's described them throughout this live stream. And that's why he says children that are not his are not a valuable asset to him.
Days. So right now, at this point, there are a lot of men that sit on a pedestal, but baby, their pedestal is way, way beneath that woman's. I'm not done. So when you say, what can you bring to the table? I feel like that goes both ways these days. Traditionally, back in old days, women couldn't bring that much. We didn't have that much. We weren't able to accomplish as much, but we have come very, very far. And I'm going to say that as a single mother myself, that a lot of men cannot even sit at the table with me, if I'm being honest, and I still give them a seat. I still push the seat open for them to sit down and show me what they can bring to the table.
This is not a flex. A lot of these men are filth, but I let the filth in my house and sit there and give them this is not a flex. I don't like people who see red flags and ignore them. I do not. I absolutely hate that. A lot of these men ain't worth my time, but I let them take me to the Popeyes parking lot anyway. Stood me up twice. But let me see, maybe the third time is the charm. She lost a point, but she has like 150 points, so losing one is no big deal.
If I'm being honest, and I still give them a seat. I still push the seat open for them to sit down and show me what they can bring to the table for me, because I know.
Yes, Vision, I do agree. Actually, I wouldn't have used this language, but I do agree because as people pointed out, this is not the type of man who you want around your children. If she's saying there are men who she shouldn't give a chance, but she does, depending on their proximity to her children, I would absolutely see that as endangerment. But based on how she described her relationship with her children, number one, it sounds like they're grown now, or at least late teenagers, so they're not like infants. But number two, she talks about having a community, how the child's father, her mother, grandmother, her father, and everyone are able to take the child. So she's able to be kind of insulated from normal issues that single mother might face. So she might not be bringing them around her children.
Intellectually, I know financially, I know on 1,000 different levels, they don't even meet me halfway. So when you make a statement like that, again, like I said, I'm a single mother. I'm a modern woman. I have so many friends across, not just in Florida, this is not Miami. I'm talking about friends, period. And they're single mothers, but they bring a lot to the table. And for a man to ever ask me what my kids could do to benefit him, he would never even speak to me again.
All right, but let me ask you this question, Vic. So do you want...
Sorry. I think that phrase is giving me PTSD. Well, let me ask you this. He about to say something stupid. I can't. I can't. I posted a link. Since there's only 9 minutes left in their podcast, it's coming to an end. If anyone had any thoughts, questions, concerns, comments on their podcast, or anything we talked about during the stream, I'll leave the link there in case you wanted to come up and speak your mind.
a man to come in there and share his resources with you?
He would never even speak to me again.
All right, but let me ask you this question, Vic. So do you want a man to come in there and share his resources with your kids?
I have a question.
No,
I have to counter it. I have to counter it.
Just answer it. I need
He's
yes
sharing.
or no.
Do I want him to come?
Why does she have to answer? He don't answer no questions. He just throw out these. Let me ask you. Let me ask you. Well, how about this? He don't respond to anything they say. He just say, let me ask you a question. Should a man who's competitive and productive be competitive and productive for all the children, or should his competitive productive be split 60-40 for his? He don't answer anything they saying. Why is he trying to get them to answer what he's saying? I don't like that. Like let them give you what you're giving them.
I have a question.
No.
I have to counter it. I have to counter it.
Just answer it. I need
He's
yes
sharing.
or no.
Do I want him to come in and share his resources with my children?
Yes or no.
I'm trying to get clarity on a question.
If you're dating a man,
what is the resources that he's sharing with my children?
His finances.
I don't need them.
Vic, that's cap. I don't care what you say, Vic. Listen, Vic.
Why are you asking questions? You're not going to accept the outcome of your question. You thought you got somebody in a gotcha. Aha, but you're going to want him to share his money. No, I have my own. Now what? You're mad because you didn't catch her in this lame gotcha. So now you're trying to lie. You do want his resources. Anyway, I'll let it play a little bit more. Then we have some people in the back.
Finances.
I don't need them.
Vic, that's cap. I don't care what you say, Vic. Listen, Vic. I don't care. If a man is dating a woman at some point in time, Vic, a woman is going to want a man to share his finances in the household. Yes. So you telling me you're going to sleep?
He can't be in the black community saying that, because we see who are the homeowners. We see who are the breadwinners, and it is not the men. Even if it was the men, the women are still contributing in most relationships today. The modern women he's talking about, right? He refers to them as modern women, are contributing to household bills, even in relationships where they do more domestic and child labor. But like I said earlier, I don't think he's ever looked at a research. So
you're going to lay up there, you're going to date a man, you're going to sleep with that man, and you ain't going to ask that man to contribute his finances.
So here's the kicker.
I find that to be hard to understand.
Here's the kicker.
That's cap. I'm sorry.
Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker.
Ocean, purple of a level up single mom. There is 8 minutes left. Do y'all want to get through it, or did y'all have something to say before I continue?
We can get through it.
We can get through it.
Y'all, all right. Unanimous. Level up single mom. You're a mod. You have like authority over everyone, including myself.
Oh, is that how you doing this, Prince Petti? I see how you do it.
I have to give the mod power. I have to give them something. I have to.
We can get through it.
All right. Level up single mom is a woman of the people.
And we're going to clear it up. I never said I would expect a man to come in and share his not share his finances. I never said that.
That's his resource.
She did not say that. He actually projected that.
Okay, if that's all the resources he has, that's problem number one. We're going to start. No, that's definitely problem number one. That's not enough for me. So again, it's not, because I have my own money. So when you start talking about modern women and you're sitting in front of a woman that makes well over 6 figures a year, you're not going to tell me that a man can step through that door and tell me, what can your kids do for me? No, baby, what can you do for this household? Because this household runs effortlessly without your finances.
That is a good point. Why is the only benefit that you're mentioning finances? I have my own finances. What else do you provide? He said a marriage certificate, not a happy marriage, not a fruitful marriage, not a good marriage, just a marriage. So that's what he provides outside of money, because he says he's also the biggest podcast on the planet.
Okay, so the expectation would be, if you're stepping through this door, why would you step through my door and you're not able to provide any resources?
Okay, Vic, listen, I don't care if you make 6 figures. You know why? Because at the end of the day, your 6 figures is for you. You would never share it with me. At the end of the day,
why would you think that?
But Vic, listen, at the end of the day, whether you make 6 figures or not, you will still want a man to come through there to take over.
I don't know why men think that the money that women put into the household is not for them. It doesn't make sense, because the woman's money also goes to the household and to the children, right? He views that as she's doing it for her. It's a benefit for her and doesn't go to him. But when his money goes to the household and the children that he's also would be in under the scenario he's suggesting, it goes to her. He doesn't view it as going to. I don't understand why When she gives money to their relationship, it's her doing something for her. But when he gives money, it's not him doing something for him, it's him doing something for her. I'm not sure why he makes that distinction.
PrincePetti. One of the weird things is that he's saying is if he's coming in and taking over the bills, couldn't all her money go toward her children? So he's still not making any sense, because his money would not need to go to the children. Her money could go to the children, because he's saying that your money wouldn't go to me. So then why would she need his money and her money to go to her children? Her children are not going to need her money and his money to take care of her children.
But this
So
is
that's
the
so
thing.
weird.
But this is the thing too, because when he said something earlier about his kids and this and that and the other, first of all, you're a liability, because whatever money you get, and if we're thinking like that, I'm gonna assume we're equally yoked. I'm already looking at you. If you bringing in kids, that's going to be stuff away from my children. If I think like you, you know
Exactly.
what I
And
mean?
he
Like
has
if you
2
have
daughters.
kids, that's what I'm saying. If you have kids, then that's less for my children to inherit. So you
Yes.
are a liability, because he's talking like, oh, well, I can marry you and this and that. And yeah, but you already taken away from my children and any children that we have, because you already have 2 liabilities yourself, bro.
Exactly.
But he's a parasite, so of course he's going to look at it from a parasitic point of view, because the whole point of the parasite is to feed off the host. So that's
And
why
that's
he's
the
looking
woman.
at it that way. Hmm.
Yes, absolutely, the woman.
He provides competition. I love
Yeah.
that. With her, not with other men.
No, he provides
not just to take
competition for the children.
Oh yeah, and with the way this man is talking, you're gonna love the children. You're not
He
gonna love me.
competing with the
You're gonna take
children.
the children's
That's the
side.
problem.
But
He's a
we
big
have to
king baby.
we need to really think about this and analyze this, because at the end of the day, a lot of these men talk like this. And the fact of the matter is, they are dangerous to your children. They are dangerous to like the well-being and the mental capacity of the children. And it's funny how men like him will sit there and they talk this way and they believe this way, but then they'll be the ones talking about they have bitter baby moms, or they have all this trouble and they don't understand why these things are happening to them. You are a drama. You are just walking drama. They look for women who will want to differentiate children and stuff in that way, whether they have children or not, right? And then you get with these women, and then God forbid you impregnate these women, and then you wind up having the types of problems that you'll have with somebody of low character that would allow you to either be that way or be that way too and with you. And then you'll sit and complain like you just don't know what happened.
So
Oh, don't forget my personal favorite part, hon. These are the same men that is always telling women, "I just want you to be my peace," all the while bringing hell into your household. And
That's
matter
because
of
they're
fact,
draining your peace. They're draining your peace.
because they're energy vampires. And matter
Exactly.
of fact, I looked at one of my other YouTubers that pulled up a Reddit story about a man who wanted to have kids, mind you, with his partner. She did all the things that people are always talking about. She waited the 5 years and all that crap, and they had the kids. Why he go and cheat on his wife, get hooked on illegal content, let's call it that, and then proceeds to start mistreating her and the kids. She actually caught him on tape, like pinching one of the kids, and she went in there and confronted him. He literally wanted to unalive all of them for a mistress that he became obsessed with, that ran away from him because he was showing stalker tendencies towards her. And he's the same type of walking red flag that that man was. She wound up with him being in jail because he was just out of hand all the way around and wound up being in jail. But these are not uncommon stories. People don't these men fail to recognize, because they know, they just don't want to acknowledge it, that women are in danger dealing with them. That's why women said they would choose to bear, because we recognize the potential danger that we're taking on interacting with these men, because you have no way of knowing which ones are quote unquote supposedly okay versus the ones that aren't. Because she was basically saying up until that point, before he just kind of like switched, she really had not seen any signs that would indicate that he was switched. But it's not uncommon for the substance that he was on for people personalities to completely switch into something different once they start doing that substance. So none of that was surprising to me.
I agree. Since we're on the subject of men switching up, and something that I want to I forgot what he said. I'm trying to say what he said in the video. I just want to piggyback. I just want to piggyback off of not just men in hiding, right? Their personalities, but what Level Up Single Mom said. And yes, we will finish the video, but when it comes to this entire scenario, what I think he's doing is what the woman, if you guys remember at the beginning of the live stream, who stitched his clip on TikTok, was saying how this man is acknowledging that the women that he slept with are now less than value, and he went off and created these homes, blah, 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 blah. I believe that all of this negative stuff he's saying about single moms is not going to stop him from dating single moms, interestingly enough. He's talking about every reason why he shouldn't date a single mom and why they're trash and why nobody should be with a single mom. But the reality is, I think he's specifically going to seek out single moms. If he doesn't, I think he's going to be with single moms despite everything he feels about them. Because have you guys ever heard of negging, right? Like, you're not valuable, you're not worth anything. Why would anybody want you? His entire demeanor during this live stream seems to be negging and devaluing women who choose to birth children. And I believe this is done as like, I think when he dates these women with children, he wants them to think they have no option. They're worthless. Why would anyone want to date them? And I think this clip illustrates it perfectly. This says how insecure men talk down to their wife and mother of their kids. It's 18 seconds long. And then we can get back to the original video. I actually do have a background in psychology. That's what I want my master's in.
No one's going to marry you. No one's going to want to take over that. I know a lot of people are going to take over 2 kids and an aunt and do your situation, and somebody's fucking lazy. Nobody's going to want that. You're a broken wife. I'll be the first to tell and warn whoever wants to know. You've recorded me like this fucking matters.
Listen to his words. This is the father of the children. This is the man who got her pregnant and had her birth his children, right? No one's going to want you. Why would anyone want you? You have all these kids. Does this not sound like the man who we were just listening to? Why would a man want to date a woman with kids? Why would a man, as a woman, do you really think you can earn a man who's productive? And this man is trying to devalue people so that he can have access to them and they won't require much from him. That's what I believe.
That's on her for letting him lay there. He's laid up, tucked in, chilling, no shirt on, in her bed, and she's sitting there. What are we supposed to feel about this?
In her house, in her bed, talk about you ain't worth nothing. You ain't with nobody going.
You can see on his face, his muscles are relaxed. He's not going anywhere. He's in for the night.
She should have gave him a nice deep breathing treatment with the pillow and just allow him to breathe for a few minutes because he's doing too much. So this is typical behavior of men with low self-esteem. They try to lower your self-esteem in hopes because they really believe that you're going to see who they truly are. So they're trying to blind you before you wake up and realize all you got is a parasite. Because that's basically what it is. Because like y'all all say, he's sitting in this woman's bed and got the audacity to talk trash while he in her bed.
You ain't worth nothing. Now let me borrow your car so I can go to.
And she's still there and posted it.
I believe she's trying to. I'm gonna go look at her page over the next 2 to 3 weeks and see what happens. I believe she just wanted to. When you start posting,
If If she wasn't posting her packing his bags, she didn't even say get out. Like it ended on him. He gonna turn over and go to sleep. She probably gonna have sex with him that night. Like I don't have any more bandwidth for that. Like that's, I don't have any more bandwidth for that type of stuff. You either love it or you don't like it, and if you don't like it, there will be signs, and I'm not hearing them.
I was gonna say something, but the way there's this couple on TikTok called Aaliyah and Victor. They made like this really popular sound. Oh my God, Victor, you actually did this, and they broke up. She was talking about ask him how he beat me and held a gun at my head, and now they apparently living together again. After we had this whole TikTok beef and they was breaking up, and we were like, "You're so much better than that. You deserve so much." And then she go right back to him, and it's like, okay, never mind. You showed us all for what. What's it? He Kane and Chris too. I've heard about them. I haven't seen them, thank God. But he Kane and Chris the same way. I know it. Haven't seen them, but I know it.
JD said she doesn't know how they can talk about the mother of their children like that and not feel like the bottom of their shoe. And that's the thing. They do feel that way. And the problem is, if you listen to how they talk about these women while still pursuing these women, while still being in, intricate interpersonal relationships with these women, it is a reflection of how they feel about themselves for only having access to these women. You get what I'm saying? So like when Petty was saying, oh, he's still going to deal with single mothers. Yes, anyone that talks that way about single mothers is going to deal with single mothers because it's all about wanting single mothers to quote unquote, and I'm using air quotes, know their place. So they're saying, hey, I want to be able to deal with you because I believe you are easy access, because I believe you are low hanging fruit. So I want access to you, and I don't want you trying to burden me with any kind of expectations of effort and, requirements and things like that. This is how I see you. And I don't want to have to build myself up in the ways that I believe a man needs to be built up to get the type of woman that I feel like is revered in a certain way. However, I do reserve the right to live in delusion that if and when I choose to, I can step up and get that kind of woman. So that's where you'll see a fool like him right there saying, oh, but I can offer marriage. And also because I've never been married, that makes it even more special to you because you're supposed to be a bird and think that that's something special that you can hold over the other women, that you're supposed to come up here with me and kick these other women from our pedestal.
But
he can be mediocre. He can be just mediocre, below bare minimal, and drag her value down. That's exactly what he's gonna do, even more.
I think it also shows in the children, how they talk about the children and the relationships within the family when it comes to mixed families, with them specifically being in it. How they talk about it disparagingly. I feel like it's reflective of the ways they exist in those relationships, and the fact that they're upset that they are existing in those relationships and they want to. I have a note. I think I compared it to like when religious figures complain about like their families and their children and how everybody's behaving, but they make it like an everybody thing. Like, why is everybody's kids not listening? Why is everybody's wife not being a wife, taking care of the house and all that? Like, that's the note that I have. But yeah.
But he is special. He's special for all the wrong reasons. Because these type of men never ever consider the fact that the same way that you wanted her, that there are other men out here that want these women too. And they're not seeing them as burdens and everything else that he's seeing them as. And let's be clear, this man is no prize to be had with his bald head looking like an episode of SpongeBob where the king kept taking his crown off and everybody was becoming blind because he took his crown off. We don't need to play those type of reindeer games, sir. Nobody feels like you're a prize. And then on top of it, you already told her that it's going to be a loveless and unhappy marriage. Who in their right mind is going to sign up for that?
I know plenty of women who would. I know a lot of women actually who would sign up.
Bless their heart, because that's special for all the wrong reasons right alongside. Okay, I'll be heard.
I know one in particular in my life, but I would bet that there are lots out there who would. I believe.
That burden off your shoulders. Don't give it to Vic. Every woman do that.
Why would you think that?
But Vic, listen, at the end of the day, whether you make six figures or not, you will still want a man to come through there to take over the finances, to take that burden off your shoulders. Don't give it to Vic. Every woman wants that. So when I hear women say that they're not looking for a man to share their,
you know what every woman wants? Every woman wants to win the lottery, even though they didn't like go and buy a ticket. They just want to randomly win the lottery and $1 billion, and now they never have to work again. Let's talk about what actually happened. Why are you talking about every woman wants a man to come in and be $10 million taker? Okay, what's actually happening in the household? Like, is the man coming in taking all of the financial burden? I don't think so. I feel like he's talking about examples that don't exist generally, and I'm not sure why.
resources that is kept. Let me finish making another point.
No,
this is another risk. Listen, Ralph, let me make this one final point. This is another risk of a man that is competitive and productive, that's getting to a situation where he's dealing with.
Hello, Faith. Happy Saturday. Faith says she's watching from the beginning. Faith, we're 3 hours in, but once you get to this part, welcome. We enjoy you. We appreciate you for being here. Be sure to leave a like on the video and subscribe if you aren't already. Can't wait for you to see this in 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 7 seconds.
Pre-made family. Who was to say if I was to marry you and you divorce me, you will go to the courthouse and put me on child support for the next 18 years for kids that don't even belong to me. And matter of fact, even if I'm not married to you, if
I deep dove this, by the way, it is extremely difficult to put a man who is a stepfather on child support. I was actually surprised how difficult it was. I thought if you married a man, he would be the new person obliged to the children. I thought just marrying a man and now he's a stepfather, but no, the old parent, the biological parent would still be financially responsible, and the only way for the stepfather to be responsible, I think he had to both adopt the children, but also he had to he had to have significant financial investment in the children, which this man on this stream keeps pointing out how his finances are going to be split between his child and her children. If they're in the same household, got to find another way, because why would he split his own money to take care of those? This man would just be a man in the household having sex with the woman. She most likely would not be able to put him on child support, even if he gave her that marriage certificate. Even if he did, I was very shocked. He would both have to consent to being put on child support, be married to her. I think he would also have to adopt the children. But let's go back. He would have to consent to being financially supportive for the children. He would have to consent to that. I was very surprised to read laws about this. I was almost 100% certain, I'm not sure why, but I was almost 100% certain that once you marry someone with kids, you become not just their guardian, which you do, but financially responsible for them now, as far as the court is concerned when it comes to child support if you break up. But nope. Birth certificate.
I know where you got.
Correct.
I actually know where you got that from. You got that messed up with the law that says that if a man is married to you and you're pregnant, that child is presumed to be his, even if the child is not his. Under the law, it's legally his child at that point because you were married when you were pregnant. So there's been cases about that actually, where the child was biologically someone else's, but under the law, because she was pregnant and married, it automatically presumes that the husband is the father of the child.
But that, again, that's on him. That's a him problem. Because why are you messing with a pregnant woman? See, this is the stuff that I be wondering. Mind you, I had my first child at 18. So I've never in my whole adult life not been a parent. And it's just certain things that I would think of in a particular type of way that I don't understand. Like, your priorities are messed up. Why would you be messing with unless you're there to love that woman? Like, I can't. To have the mindset he has and get with a pregnant woman, because in my mind, I'm like, you would need to be you need to be a Russell Wilson type of man to be dealing with a woman that's pregnant, to be dealing with a woman with kids, period. But the idea that these are such warped minds that are out here really preying on women that they think should have really low self-esteem, because that's what it all boils down to. It's the expectation that women that have children should have such low self-esteem that they are malleable. And that is a problem for me. And I think it needs to be studies done or something that is not just about people without fathers in the home and this and that. And yet, sorry, I live in the ghetto. I hate this. Not just people that don't have fathers in the home, but people that also are dating and trying and very relationship minded to the point where they're thinking the way he's saying that a woman should think, because that does a lot of damage to children too. And damaged children become damaged adults, and then you see all the stuff that keeps getting perpetuated. It's not just about men not being in the home, it's about the people that are around these people.
I think it's them arguing to not benefit like anyone in any way, but actually want to benefit from the women. I don't think like the children are just an obstacle that they want to skip. And if I mean I guess there are single mothers who are dating these people, but the people who are dating these people are giving them the leeway. Not that it is not that that's particularly their responsibility, but they want to benefit, and they're saying, please don't stand in my way, don't let your children stand in my way, and don't make me bring anything to the table.
That's exactly what I was about to say about they don't bring anything of real substance to the table, and that's why he wants to devalue her monetary contribution to the home, because if her monetary contribution to the home doesn't matter, his money becomes he trumps what she brings. He wants to make what she brings null and void so that it looks like he's doing more, when only he doesn't have anything to offer. He doesn't have good character, nothing that he said has anything to do with his morals. He doesn't bring character. He doesn't bring good character. He doesn't even bring love to the relationship. He doesn't even bring a good husband. He didn't talk about being faithful. He just brings marriage, the certificate of marriage, and this trope about being competitive and productive. What the heck is that? Like, he hasn't even broke that down. Aren't all people competitive and productive in this capitalistic world? Like, we all have to go to work. We all have to compete with other employees. What is he talking about? It's weird.
That's what the problem is with quote unquote modern women and feminists, because the idea is, again, you have to listen to what he's saying. He wants women who are quote unquote traditional minded, and quote unquote traditionally women value marriage. Now, he's not factoring in the fact that women value marriage for survival reasons. He's not factoring in that circumstances were such that women they needed marriage for certain reasons. So yes, they were valuing the marriage for duty. They were valuing having a man in their life for utility, because he was the one that was able to provide, because she was not able to provide for herself but so much, because she needed certain social protections through marriage to be seen as a somewhat of a person, or at least person adjacent by proximity to him. And that's why they talk about quote unquote modern women, aka women who are actually living in the present and understand that, hey, I don't need a man to make me viable socially, because I can work for myself. Now I can have my own bank account. I can open up my own credit cards. I can make my own money moves. I can open my own businesses. I can be a full-fledged human being. Well, hopefully moving forward with all these legislations, but in a general sense, I could be a full-fledged human being in my own right. I don't have to put up with all this stuff. I don't have to be relegated to, housework and baby making and baby rearing. I don't have to just deal with it, what they call incompetence,
weaponized incompetence.
Weaponized incompetence. I don't have to deal with that. you can see in him when he's talking about marriage and everything, he's saying, oh, well, I bring marriage to the table. He's insufferable. He doesn't have to be pleasant to be around. He doesn't have to make sense. He doesn't have to be a good conversationalist. He doesn't have to be intelligent. He doesn't even have to be attractive. He can bring marriage. And he's telling you what he's got to give, and that is it. And so if you are a modern woman, you're not going to appreciate that.
Sorry to interrupt.
It's
I have to
I'm sorry.
correct from earlier when I was talking about stepfather and being required to pay child support. I forgot that if you are married to the woman and sign the birth certificate, or even just sign the birth certificate, as Yod says, then the child is assumed to be whoever the man is who signed the birth certificate. But due to the conversation that these people were having where their children are grown, or even if their children aren't grown, if the child is born, I think it would be unrealistic that you start dating a man, marry him, and be like, okay, first things first, go ahead and sign your name on the birth. Like, that just feels unusual of a thing to happen. So I wouldn't consider that a very realistic scenario, but technically it is a scenario that can happen. So that would also be a case where he could be stepfather but liable.
I mean, but still, even in that case, like, in my mind, if I'm going to be with someone, like, you got to be bringing Russell Wilson energy. And I'm not talking about, money or whatever. I'm just talking about, like, mentality. If I'm going to let you around me and my child, you have to be bringing Russell Wilson mentality, because I don't have time to be trying to shore my child, psychically against all the type of mess that he's talking about. Or I am cognizant enough with my parental responsibility and my love for my child that I don't want to leave her to have to deal with the problems that come with having a parent that prioritizes having a romantic relationship over their responsibility and their relationship with the child. So I don't have time. You would be doing that if I came and I was pregnant or something like that, and I was dealing with it, you would be coming with that energy anyway. And to be honest, when I think about it, I actually someone offered to marry me when I had my first daughter, and I was like, no, because he had his own kids, and I'm like, you're not gonna come over here and play stepdaddy for my kid. Like, I don't know what type of father you are, but I don't like the idea of that. So yeah.
And you brought up an extremely good point just then. He's acting like that these women with these children don't have the option to tell him, hell no. Like, as soon as he brings up marriage, it's just supposed to be automatic yes. No. He has shown absolutely nothing that would make him marriage material. And he even went as far as to tell you that he's not marriage material, because all you're going to get is a piece of paper saying you're married. Because the bottom line is, this man looks at women as possessions. So he doesn't feel any need to treat her any differently than he would treat her car. Treat his car, I mean.
Yeah. Petty, I have something to say. The likes for me is at 112. I don't know what YouTube's saying to you.
Here, let me show you what YouTube is saying to me. Thank you for pointing. I'm glad that somebody finally brought up. Y'all know how I love new, fresh conversations. Let's get into a new, fresh conversation. 130 people watching, 3 likes. 130 people watching, 3 likes. I need to understand why y'all don't like this.
Okay.
Like, do I need to be?
I liked it on 2
I think you need to
refresh.
No,
you have to refresh
don't butter me up. Don't butter me up.
Refresh it.
You definitely need to refresh, because when you said that the first time, it was already at 62 likes.
Yeah, when you said that the first time, it was at 75 likes, and I was like, "What is he talking about?"
I believe that refreshing the page is a product of the white man, and I refuse to give him the right to penalty.
Oh my
I believe there are 3
problem me is, are you peeping the fact that the amount of watchers is going up, but the likes aren't? Like, that's crazy to me.
Good.
The
It was
watches are refreshing.
130, 135, 130, 135 on my screen.
Oh no, the likes right now are at 123.
The likes for me are at 3 likes. So what I need to understand is,
Refresh
like,
the
I know
page.
it could be my delivery because my friend said your voice is grating. It's like you don't drink water. I drink water. It's just that's how it comes out. But also,
We would
like,
not be here
Poor
in that
baby.
case.
Yeah, if you sounded really terribly, I wouldn't sit next to you. Not that.
I know when people get on YouTube, I know what they want to hear, and maybe it's like I'm not being oomph enough. Like maybe it's too depressing. Like I could. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another Prince Petty video. Today we're gonna be talking about single moms. Should you date them? Should like I could give it. Like
You sound like
what I
When you
MTR.
start,
Please don't
when
do that.
you start doing
Don't do
that, I'm
that.
gonna hit do not recommend.
if I need to do
Please,
it, y'all, watch my next video. Don't worry, I got y'all.
Okay, refresh
I
the page
think I
while we're
can
please
do
don't
watching.
do that. We don't deserve that type of punishment,
Don't
sir.
even worry
We
about it.
do
I got
not deserve that
We don't
at
want to hear that
all.
red pill sound.
Yeah. Even our friends in the comments are saying that it's like 125. I have 123.
Why would I trust them? They didn't like the video. Why would I trust their word?
I liked it on
Well,
two
Taurus
devices.
said that she liked it and she said she was sorry.
MTR is sending them the goons to hit the dislike. Oh.
I just want to rub this dude's head for good luck.
YouTube
Because it's
is
super
trying to
shiny.
set us against you. That's what it is.
Somebody
set you against us.
I asked one of my subscribers. She said, "I don't." Excuse me, one of the watchers. Why you're not subscribed? She said, "I don't subscribe to any man on YouTube. I don't give men my subscribe." I was like, "Period." I could even say that.
They can't make us hate you, Petty.
Let's
We're not gonna let
continue.
you two come between our love, Petty.
Okay, we got 6 minutes to get through. I'm gonna try to do 3-minute increments. Like I feel like we can make it through 3.
Yeah, it's at almost 130 right now. It's 129.
All right, because I'm out of liquor. So
I've been dating you for a substantial amount of time, depending on what the state, you can still go and put me on child support for 18 years for kids that are not mine. So to close it off, a man, a productive man that's dating a single modern baby mom in this generation, that's a lose-lose situation. And I'm gonna end it like that.
I'm just, I don't have much. I don't have much to add. The only thing I can say is I hate that has been your experience. I hate that those are the women that you have encountered one way or another, not personally, one way or another. I hate that for you. I hate that for your friends. I hate that for anyone that you know, because that is not reality. That is not the reality that we're living in. That is actually a bubble in which we choose to put ourselves in. I'm going to go back to my statement that there are lanes. And I learned when I stay in my lane and I don't allow people that don't belong in my lane, I don't have any of those problems that you're referring to. Not one.
Let me ask you this one question, Vic. In the animal kingdom,
oh my God, I'm sorry. Every time you say, "Let me ask you a question," okay, well, let me ask you this. I'm sorry. Let me.
Any of those problems that you're referring to. Not one.
Let me ask you this one question, Vic. In the animal kingdom, when a lion takes over,
I don't care about them.
No, you have to because it's still nature, right? When a lion take over a pride, right?
I
What
love
does
her.
that male lion does to those cubs of the other pride that he took over? What does that lion do?
Would you rather have been a lion?
No, I'm a
human.
Okay, you know what that lion would do? That lion would kill those cubs.
Yeah, I'm a
because,
human.
You know why? I understand.
Are you going to kill the children, sir? Are you saying that you're going to kill the children and that's why you shouldn't? What are you talking about? Why do people do this? Would a lion are you hunting for food, or do you go to Kroger and go to the fruit aisle to get apples? What are you talking? Why do people do the lion do the alpha? Sir, you are not out here with a spear chucking spears at. Oops, that's a term you should.
But I love how she wasn't tolerating his flesh. She was like, "Sir, are you a lion?" She was like, "I'm a human, sir." So she kept bringing it back to, okay, we're not even going to do this right here.
A man has to be competitive, productive. Did you know that the men hunt and the women gather the bear? Sir, you work you're at Target. You ring up stuff and you hit the button so that the right amount of change comes. What part of competitive and productive?
He also said that he wasn't going to provide for the children at all. He wasn't going to provide for her household. So that doesn't even
what he said. He's talking about how these step quote unquote animals come in and kill the children. So basically, you think you're special because you're not killing my kids? Because that's what I'm hearing.
No,
If
that's
you don't get out
outright
my
letting you
face,
know he's a predator.
exactly. He needs to go.
That's what
he needs to go to hell expeditiously. He needs to get out of my face. There's no more like too much talking to you.
But nobody wants this roly-poly-oly butt. That's what the problem is. Nobody wants roly-poly-oly booty.
Don't the female
and that's his whole
lion?
problem.
Sorry.
Because like this dude is not even viable. He is allowing you to know that he is a walking, talking red flag for you. And if you're choosing to go down this, I need you to unpack why you would even choose somebody that's letting you know that they have nothing to offer you, that they're going to be a parasite for you, and a predator to your kids. So I need you to really unpack why you would even think that that was a viable option for you if you're willing to date something like this.
He's never going to be anything but a mental health catastrophe for not just for the kids, but especially for the children, but for you too. There's never any pleasing somebody like that because he's coming in and letting you know that you are lesser in his mind. That is just the long and the short of it. And I'm not dealing with somebody who is thinking of me that way. And I damn sure I'm not dealing with somebody who expects me to look at my children that way.
He really believes he's the prize, though, y'all. That's what's sad about it.
Don't lions bite the female lion bite the balls off after they mate? Why does this man talk about lions, but he don't want to? Why you want to be a lion sometimes, but not all the time? Why you only want to be it when it's talking about alpha hunting? Lion don't take care. Why you don't want to bring up the
But
lion when it comes to biting
he
balls?
doesn't he doesn't even know the facts about lions. It's the lioness that does the hunting.
The way these men just make some shit. The way I googled it, and alpha wolf ain't even a thing. This is something that men just made up online. This is not backed up by any scientific research, but they just keep saying it. The alpha at the front of don't even exist. Don't even exist.
Like
the
that's the
man that's
father of the
responsible
pack.
for them saying that said he regrets ever thinking that there was an alpha leader of the pack
Hello,
because
Mom. I'm sorry, there's an interloper in the chat. I'm just making everyone aware.
but
What in the chat?
and that whole idea came about by accident. The man soon discovered that he was completely wrong about how the social interactions of Wills actually was. When he finally got deep into his research, he realized he was completely wrong. And he was like, I regret to this day saying that there was an alpha wolf.
Those men will
And
never admit to it, though. They'll never admit to it. They'll never back down. They'll never stop using it.
Yeah, the man who made that turn, he actually said they should have never gave you niggas internet. Those were his exact words. Oh, is there an echo? Put a 1 if there's an echo in the comments. Put a 2 if it's okay.
There's an echo when not right now, but when multiple people were speaking, there was an echo. So when we all go mute and we're speaking one person at a time, there's no echo and it's very slight.
Okay. Well, echo or no. Mm-hmm.
If we want to talk about animals, let's talk about praying mantises. Let's talk about how they bite the heads off the men once they get pregnant. Let's talk about that. I like those.
Balls. He want to talk about lions. We need to go to them biting balls off after having sex, so that you can't go and create. Like we could have prevented. Maybe he's right. If we look at lions, right? Can you go out and have multiple broken homes with children you don't take care of if your balls are bitten off after the first time you mate? Like, we need to start considering
why did you enjoy that so much?
Considering pseudoscience like they do. Like, maybe we could use it. I'll go on their podcast and I'll start just saying stuff that doesn't make sense and isn't true, but that benefits me. Oh yeah, and then the lion has to, once the lion has one child, he actually has to go and take care of every child in the community. So, you gotta understand we're lions and we gotta do that, man. We just got to. Yeah, I could do that.
And black widows take care of their partners too. They unalive them after they interact. So
I'm not going to say that because my order was delivered just now. It's supposed to be outside the door. It's okay. Whatever I was saying is not important. Let me show y'all my Walmart order. I'll let this play while I go get it.
Okay.
Y'all hold it down for me. Y'all got it? Awesome.
We got it for you.
Human, but I'm saying that because by nature, men, we are territorial. We do not want to deal with. We don't want to take on pre-made families.
All right.
That's
Let me intervene. My brother speaking generally about the men that he represents. You speaking about the women you represent. Now I know I'm not single, so I'm not mingling. You know that, girl. So I'm gonna say this for the brothers like me, because it's different brothers, different mindset.
Yeah.
Like I say, for me, bro, it don't matter.
Okay.
But like I say, but that's your mindset. That's your mindset. For me, it don't matter. For me, if I like a woman, I like a woman.
Right.
If the woman has kids, she has kids. That kids, no kids, it don't matter. Because it is what it is.
Let's be honest. Has this man actually missed? I feel like this man is actually reasonable so far. Have no idea who he is. And to be fair, the person we're comparing him to is the gray shirt man. So like our bar is our bar is not very high, to be fair.
It's below hell.
But I feel like
no, it's on same slap at this point.
More important than our bar. So this is what I was look, they're waffles. Have you ever seen? I've never seen Cinnamon Toast Crunch like this. I remember there being a waffle cereal, but I have no idea what it was or if it actually exists or if I just made it up.
It was called Waffle Crisp.
That sounds fake.
It's not. They existed.
But why you immediately come for your life when you gave him the name of the cereal?
Because it sounds, that's like, oh, what's that cereal? It's the fruit. Oh, Fruit Crisp. Like,
Look it up.
like you just said the
Google
word.
it right now.
No, I believe Google is the devil. I'll bing it.
It came out in the 80s.
Let me bing it. I'll bing it real quick. I'm trying to make that a thing. I've been trying to make that a thing for 17 years. Ain't nobody hopped on Bing it. I'm about to Bing it.
I looked it up. It's a cereal from the 70s and 80s. I wasn't even alive.
Waffle Bites. Interesting. Waffle Crisp. It is a cereal. Interesting. From Eggos. Eggos had a cereal? There was an Eggos? What? Nah, it'll never touch Waffle Crisp. Sorry, we're off topic. My apologies.
Because if you meet a woman, if that's a deal breaker, then I don't know, bro. You might be missing out on a blessing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, those are not your kids. You're right. You want your own. You can still have a blended family with her, and you can still help her with the kids if you want to. If not, I'm not a judge. I'm not a jury, bro. I can't tell them.
Production is correct. This is a myth. However, female lions, I believe, do become aggressive after mating. But I don't care. Men use pseudoscience all the time. I'm a man. I can use pseudoscience to my advantage if I go on these shows. It's definitely going to be a bite the balls off for me. I just hit my chair thing by accident and it went down.
You live in your alternative facts.
Nobody what to do. I know for me, as a black man, bro, who grew up fatherless, I wanted a father. I would have loved to have a dad. And maybe that's why I didn't have one. Maybe a lot of the black men probably think like how you said, though, like, why would I waste my money on a person that's not my kid? And I get it, but I don't share that.
I'm speaking in general.
And I'm saying, for me, I don't share that. For me, bro, I love kids. Mine's are not. Even I have a wife now. And if I'm saying, you know, you bring your son, I'm not gonna say, oh, he's not. I don't care, bro. Kids are kids. Let's have fun. Come on. You know what I'm saying? I'm a big kid. I'll run around. You know, I don't care about that, bro. Like for me, I thank God I don't think like that. I don't view life like that, because everybody deserves some type of sunshine. Because you think about a kid growing without a father, and not to say the woman can't raise a child, but I'm saying you think about a kid growing up without a father, that's like rain pouring on you 24/7. And I'm talking about even from an emotional standpoint, because you
listen to how he talks, though. I'll just pause briefly. We'll finish it. But listen to how he talks. The other man is like, how can your child be an asset to me? What can your child do for me? This man is like, what can I do for this child? What can I give to this child that I didn't have growing up? How can I be a benefit to this child? This, I believe, is how you should think about children. If you can't think that way about children, then it's good that he doesn't date people with children. I think it's good. But this is what I would expect a real man to say about children, particularly black men about black children in the community who grow up fatherless. The idea that you can be so close to an issue like that and not have the mindset that this man here has is wild to me.
He's lying that he doesn't deal with women, because why are they on your mind so much? Like, you done went through all these different scenarios and projections and running the tests or whatever to deal with how you going to maneuver around single mothers that you supposedly don't want. Like, just deal with the people. That man right there, he's, first of all, he's coming from a place of empathy, because he's saying, hey, when I was a kid, I felt this way, and I wouldn't want to make somebody else feel that way, especially not another kid. So he's actually speaking from a human standpoint. But that other fool is speaking from a low vibrational, um, lack-minded mindset. That's how you know he's not nothing. He's never going to be anything. And he's not worth anybody's time, not even his own, because he didn't even take the time to sit and think about and process whatever he's been through to get to the point where this brother in black is at, to say, hey, you know what? I went through this stuff, this stuff, this stuff. I wouldn't want nobody, especially not no innocent kid, going through that.
Well, it also explains why he's over 40 and unmarried and has 2 children out of wedlock. He really sounds miserable. He's a bitter baby daddy. And what's crazy is the other young man is married, and he has more of a community mindset. And this man is like what Purple Lover said, he's a parasite. He's a detriment to the community. He's a nuisance, and he's probably never going to get married.
Can I just say that, like,
But I'm sorry, but this is why emotional intelligence matters. Because notice, he was putting himself into the position of the child because he's emotionally intelligent. This is not going to be somebody that's just going to see your child is in distress and ignore it. He's going to address it. Because notice what he said. He said everybody deserves sunshine. This parasite over here, all he can think about is his next meal. And God knows he can miss a few. But that's all he's thinking about, what he can get from everybody else. And you're right. His lack mindset will continue to keep him in lack because that's all he's focusing on. Everything is about benefiting him. He never once discussed how he can be a benefit to anybody else.
I think for me, I'm like, the more I watch some of these people, like, the more I'm thankful for my dad, because I was raised by a stepdad, and he was like the best dad in the world. I think he did a lot more for me growing up, and even into my teenagehood, I was very close to my dad. And I feel like now that I'm a grown up, I think about my and not that I don't think about. Well, I don't really ever think about the other person that was that was not there. But like, I think about my dad, and I think about how I can support him in his old age, and I think about the things he dealt with while growing up with us. Because I mean, none of sometimes like teenagehood was rough for some people and it just happens. And I feel like some people just don't understand that, like, for children, it's really, really tough growing up, and it's really, really tough if you don't have a father. It's really, really like rough for those kids, and to have people be so verbally I don't know how to. I think it's like violence. It's like to have so much vitriol for children. I don't understand. It's like it's so poisonous to the heart. And I'm so glad that my dad wasn't like that.
I wish more parents were like that in the Black community. And I wish more people like this man saw fulfillment in raising children, and not just as a detriment to his life, despite children being costly, and children are tough to deal with, right? I'm not saying that it's just such an easy thing. How could he ever think that a child could be a difficult thing to, like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the way that this man looks at the children, for example, has less to do with their drain on his resources and more to do with the fulfillment that he could get from giving something to a young human which he did not have. So I wish that mindset was more prevalent, but it's not.
I want to be clear about something too. I don't believe that like men should be expected to be stepfathers just automatically. However, like I said, when you listen to how they talk, they expect to have access to women who have children, whether it's just sexually or whatever. They clearly aren't, it's not something that they've taken off of their list of options. You get what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is
Yeah.
the same way you can't expect them to be stepfathers is the same way that you can't expect these mothers to sell themselves and their children short and offer themselves up for mistreatment and abuse. So my thing is, if you're thinking in any type of way that you should have access to single mothers and you're coming in with this mindset that they are lesser human beings, then you can go to hell, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
And exactly. And let's be clear on something else. He is literally looking at these children as competition for her attention. Why would you even want to deal with somebody that's going to be constantly competing with your child for your attention? He's not freaking two. This is the same type of people like the man that was being discussed on TED Talk that was divorcing his wife because his own child was breastfeeding from his wife. Talking about you allow another man to be on your chest. I'm like, that is your baby, you village idiot.
I see someone in the chat. I'm not sure why he is going off in the chat when the link is pinned and he could come up, but it is what it is. People generally are louder behind anonymity than they are when it comes to actually.
He literally said he was leaving a little while ago, and I was so glad that everybody was kind of ignoring him. I hate that you put him on blast because I was so glad when he said he was.
No, continue to ignore. It's fine. I was just
Oh my God, he
found
was
his
annoying.
comments interesting.
I didn't notice them. I
and
mean,
I did the entire life. He's been just tap dancing and yapping in the chat.
To answer your well, you didn't ask, but the reason I think women might deal with that man who's competing with their child is because the man who's like this on the left with the gray shirt, I believe, is prevalent. The idea that women are told from all sides that you are useless. You have a child, you've hit the wall, you don't deserve anything better than this type of man. I believe that's the type of attack that comes from all sides, right? We just looked at right at the beginning of the stream. I think one of the first, if not the first thing we watched was a video where this woman was talking about how her child's father left her. All the men were in the comments. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom. Ha, that's what you get. You should have picked it, right? This comes in from all sides. It's like if you're being mistreated after you have a child and the man abandons you, it's your fault. You deserve it. And in fact, you deserve less when you're dating people. That's what you deserve because the child ruined you. Having sex with a man ruined you. Your value is now less than zero. And you deserve treatment appropriate with that. So that's why I believe women with kids settle for men who compete with their kids. I believe it's a whole big type of conditioning that happens in every community where there are single moms. Definitely a lot of negging, but also good night, TT. Meant to say that earlier, but also as I eat these waffle crisp, let me see which comment it was. I wanted to respond, but I lost it and I didn't save it.
The comment was that the whole stuff, men wanting to be stepfathers is enough. Even though you literally showed a video.
That wasn't it. I think it had to do with women's discerning skills, and the reason single moms is because women's discerning skills. And I want to point out, y'all should be listening. I'm not sure why anyone does not listen when men say, now you a single mom, that's what you get, it's your fault. I'm not sure why people don't listen, but people will actually blame you for a man abandoning his children. Instead of looking at the man, they'll generally blame the woman, shame the woman. You should have better discerning skills. I'm not going to say that in response to a woman who's left a single mom because that seems vindictive. I might say it to a woman prior to choosing her man or who's dating. I would have discernment skills. That's literally what we talk about, though. So I find it unusual that that was a point that was brought up here because the one thing we talk about on this channel is discernment skills. We talk about profiles of certain men who are more likely to abuse women, both physically and sexually. We talk about sort of psychological profiles of people, specifically people who consume red pill and manosphere were much more likely to do these things. Like if there's one thing that we talk about, it's what type of men to avoid and how to discern them. Even if vetting is not a 100% 100% perfect process and you can't vet everything. We do talk about it here, but when people bring that up, usually they're just trying to ignore women's concerns, which is why I found the comment unusual, because that's what it seemed like. But we can continue. It's only 3 minutes, so we'll get through it, and then we can do our outros and some memes, because I need a break up.
Missing something.
Yes,
So once a man enter that child's life, like sunshine. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I know what you mean. The child gonna be like, you're not my dad. And like I said, bro, it comes to that territory, bro. It's a rite of passage. I expect you to, I want you to do that, because that lets me know, okay, you're becoming a man. This is the only way you think you can hurt me, because
you know you can't hurt
trying
me
to any other way. So for me, man.
And that's one of the things my stepdad said to me. He's like, I didn't care about that.
No, because it's a right, it's a rite of
I
passage.
already knew you were gonna do that. I didn't care about that.
It's a rite of passage, man. Like I said, I can't tell no man how to feel, but as a black man, I think because we're so far behind the 8 ball, and so many of our women and so many of our children are growing up in a situation where the father may be in prison or dead or not in the household, I don't think we should think like that. I think we need to be more together, bro, and help each other. If you love a woman, I'm not telling you go take a woman with 20 kids. I'm just saying if she got a kid or two and you're like, you really like her, she's a great person, she have a great mind. So
but
what?
You know what, bro? There are some good single mothers. There are. I'm not saying.
I'm just saying, like, to me, it's like, so what? You know what I'm saying? We gonna make this a.
I just realized this is just misogyny. This is the question fundamentally is, would you date someone who it requires more effort to date them? Possibly requires more effort. You don't know how your interaction with them and the kids are going to be. This question can be asked about anything, but it's specifically asked about single mothers. Dating someone who's physically disabled, depending on their disability, can be difficult, can be a challenge, right? Amputees or paraplegic, for example. Dating someone who has mental disabilities can be challenging. Dating someone who has trauma, let's say someone who's grown up in the hood and has seen shooting or violence in their neighborhood and might have a sort of PTSD from this, right? This is a blanket statement that I believe would cover a lot of Black men in particular who grow up seeing traumatic things in their neighborhoods. You can say, this is a person who is difficult to date. It might be difficult to date this person. This might require more effort from me. Do I want to give that effort? That is a question you can ask about dating anyone, someone with debt, someone who's in college and may not have time for you, long distance relationship. This is a question that can apply to literally so many different situations, but it specifically applies, as men say, to single mothers. This is the only time this question is brought up. And I just realized it's just misogyny. Men just don't like women. That's why this is the specific version of this question that occurs on the internet. So I never heard people go back and forth about, would you date someone with debt? So
the blended family.
Oh, actually, I've heard, would you date someone of a certain income? Usually it was asked towards women, and they said, oh, well, no, I wouldn't date below this income. But when women set that standard, men tended to be upset. So
yeah, we gonna have fun.
I'm just speaking on recent times. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm just saying, but as a man that do his due diligence, you're not just gonna pick a woman in this time that's behave a certain way, who don't care about her kids. Of course, she's not gonna care about you. But I'm saying, but if you find a woman, a real woman, that's a good woman, she has kids, I don't think it matters, bro. I think it's just a matter of coming in and helping. It's not about resources or me spending my money on you and your. At the end of the day, bro, we all gonna die, man. That money don't mean shit. If we're so concerned about money, leaving money behind for our biological, that's what you got insurance for. Life insurance. I tell my wife, let's live it up, baby. Let's blow up some money. And when we die, the kids gonna be good anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, get life insurance.
So hopefully, this was able to help somebody out there.
We just wanted to touch bases on single parenting.
And this is just part one. This is just part one.
My dog.
Yeah, I'm about to say, listen, this is fun arguments.
Yes,
that was not fun. Nope.
It's a fun argument that I can't really dive into. But like I say again, this is part one. We're gonna have a part two. So sit back, relax. You know what I'm saying? Get your popcorn. I know you're saying that like, this is good.
Damn.
We're gonna keep it rocking, man. But again, like I always say, man, please, man, like, subscribe, follow. Hit the like button. I'll say, dang, you know how it goes. Leave your comments. And if you feel a certain way by what Al said, you want to come on, hit us up. You know what I'm saying? If you feel a certain,
I would actually hit him up. I already reached out to her. But if I had have watched, more, I would have actually reached out to him as well. But then that feels kind of awkward though. Like, isn't it awkward? I think all three of them are co-hosts. Wouldn't it be awkward to like reach out to two people and be like, "Oh my God, I'd love to talk to you," and the other person like, "What about me?" No, just these two. No,
You can invite
No one be
Anna
awkward.
Lynn. I feel like I didn't realize that this was a podcast with all of them being one group. I feel like that's weird. Like not I don't like I wouldn't have a friend with that type of views if I was the other people is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
But yeah.
That's what's problem is you got to start shunning people like that. Like that's really what the problem is. And what bothers me about people like that, and like you said, like not excluding people like that, is that they think everything is a debate. It's not a debate. If you don't like me, I can't really have much to say about your opinions of me, or your preferences and things like that. But I don't have to sit here and go back and forth with you. I don't have to listen to what your opinions are. You know what I mean? And like that's my problem with people like him. If you don't want to deal with single mothers for whatever your reasons are, you can keep that to yourself. That's fine. There's not any more discussion. There's nothing. What are you trying to convince me of is the question. Why do you need me to feel the way that you feel about me, about myself?
Yeah,
You know
I
what you
think
remind me of? You remind me of this lady that was having a discussion with this man, and he kept trying to make her feel bad because he wouldn't choose her, and she was like, "That's fine." She was like, "We can both agree," because she was like, "I wouldn't choose you neither." And he was so upset. He kept trying to tell, "Yeah, I wouldn't choose you." She was like, "Yeah." She was like, "You're not my type, so I don't know why you're carrying on." She was so unbothered, and it was so hilarious because the more and more unbothered she was, the more and more upset he was getting because the real reason why these men do this is because they want to make you feel bad for them not wanting to choose you. And when they can't get that response, the whole world is shook. Because one of my favorite things about Shira Seven was to watch the men call in and try to make her feel some type of way, and she was always unbothered. And it was the most hilarious thing because they would try to pull everything they could think of to get her upset. And Shira Southern was just as unbothered as when they first started the conversation. And they really don't know how to handle women who are unbothered. Because, like, one of the greatest gifts my daughter taught me, we were discussing how the opposite of love really isn't hate, it's indifference. They can't handle when you're indifferent. They don't know how to handle that because they're so used to priming people and getting their little dopamine fix from getting you upset that when they're denied their dopamine fix, they want to slide down the walls and cry because you're not giving them their dopamine hit that they were hoping to get from you. Because, like we said earlier, this is all just being an energy vampire and trying to get the right stimulus so they can feed off of you.
I think oh my god, why did I forget what I was gonna say? um
breathe. No pressure.
Okay. That made more pressure. But I think I was gonna add on to people reacting to certain ways when you are like indifferent. This is like conversations that we've been having on campus a lot with a lot of like Black women in our groups, is that like one of the main things that we in our groups have started to notice is that like when you say that you're like not attracted to somebody, or you don't really pay attention to them, and it's like they start to feel like, I don't know if it's how they feel like, but the response I always get when I'm not even paying attention to people, because I literally don't notice people, which is my bad, but they're like, you don't date Black men, huh? or or why don't you date Black men? And I'm just like, what do you mean? I just didn't notice you existed. My bad.
I watched I forgot what this was. It's a whole show, but I only saw a TikTok of it, and there was this Black woman, and the man came up it's like a dating show like Pop the Balloon, but different. It's like one-on-one. I don't know how to describe it, but he came up to her and he was like, wow, you look like the type of black girl to date white men. You don't date black men, do you? And I was trying to, there was nothing that stood out about her except she was wearing her natural hair. And I have no idea what people are talking about when they say, oh, you don't date black men, huh? You don't look like you date black men. But they always pointing out people who look natural. That's the only thing I can see that's correlating. So that's
yeah. And if you wear alternative stuff, like if you dress alternatively, like when you're like, I wear a lot of like cat ear stuffs, or like I dress like anime characters sometimes. It's just whatever. But like sometimes they assume that just because you dress like that you don't date black men. And I'm just like, if you don't feel confident in yourself and you don't feel confident in the person you're dating dressing in ways that makes them happy, then I feel like you should just say that and just stay out of their way. But I feel like that's what it says.
The way that you dress, it's the marker of self-assurance. For you to wear like alternative clothing, the cosplay and things like that, that speaks to a certain level of comfort you have in your own skin, and not be worried about, social conventions and things like that. Same thing with wearing your natural hair. A lot of black women are self-conscious about, well, it would seem from their perspective of not knowing like what it is to really be in the mind of a black woman, they're self-conscious about wearing their black hair. That's why they don't wear it. So, oh, you're wearing your black hair, you have a certain level of confidence that for them is dangerous, because then you're not going to be going for the bare minimum. You know what I mean? And so then you may be open to other types of men, or exclusive to other types of men than black men, because they're used to women mostly being like, if you're into black men, you're only into black men. And so therefore, mediocre is amazing. That denotes the woman getting married after having the first date at Popeye, a begrudging first date at Popeyes where he didn't even get her any food. You know what I mean? Like, they're used to that type of energy. So any kind of markers of you being sovereign in your own right, they're like, ugh.
I also think that like even when it comes to like, for myself generally, I'm not like the type of person who can sit down and get my hair braided for 2-3 hours. I am like, I don't have that type of tenacity, and I commend I commend the women who can sit there for 11 hours for getting their hair done, because I literally don't have that attention span, which is why like I'd rather just style my hair. And it's and on top of that, like I'm too lazy to be doing all that stuff. But I do think that sometimes people feel very self-conscious, and then they lash out at you because they're very self-conscious about themselves.
Did y'all see this lady went on the Pop the Balloon show, and the one guy popped his balloon, and then like as she was talking more and more, other guys popped their balloon. So the first guy that popped his balloon, when they went and started asking people like why, he said point blank, you're too beautiful for me, you're going to hurt my pockets, I know I can't afford you, that's why I popped my balloon. As you went down the line, the other guys was like, oh yeah, you're so beautiful, but they didn't even have any real reasons to pop. They really just started popping because other people popped.
I saw the clip of the first guy that was telling her that she was too beautiful. She was gonna hurt his pockets, but I didn't watch the rest of it. I didn't see the rest. I just saw that
Yeah,
little part.
this one guy was like, oh, your shirt is see-through. Mind you, it was like a kind of corset strapless thing. So the cups were fully covered, and it wasn't even like the cups were too small, like on her breast. They were fully covered. They weren't see-through. It was just like the torso part was see-through. And I couldn't even tell because it was like black and floral. Then another guy was like, oh, yeah, you're beautiful. I don't even remember what it was, but everybody kept saying she was so beautiful, but they were just like making up dumb stuff.
But the first guy had me rolling because he really popped the balloon because he knew he couldn't afford it and he was going to spend all his money on it. He was like, I'm not even trying to go bankrupt tonight.
I'm gonna be a simp for you. He said, oh, yeah, your toes is cute too.
He knew he didn't qualify, and those others knew that they didn't qualify either, but they didn't want to say that. That's what it was. They didn't want to say that they didn't qualify for her.
I feel like the first person is like if he was like, I can't afford because your hair is too nice. I mean, your hair is too nice, your nails are too nice. I feel like he was being very honest. Like he's broke, he can't handle it, and I feel like that's really good. Like not being mean, like just sticking to his lane.
No, because he didn't try to down her and make it like something was wrong with her. He just straight up said, I see what you're coming with, and I can't match a freak. Like I'm just gonna let you go and be great because I can't be that guy for you.
I actually appreciate dudes that say that because I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, like
But he was just too cute though with his reaction. 'Cause I got so tickled because you could tell he really, really liked her, and he was like, "I like you too much. My whole paycheck will be gone with you. I already know." That's what made it so funny with him.
Taking
But
care
child,
of a spoiled girl is not for the weak. I'm glad that he did it respectfully and said, "Oh, I just can't afford it. Look at everything that you have, and look at me. Like it's just not going to happen. Why waste your time?" I love that, but it's not for the weak. My friend is a spoiled girl, and she dates men who think they're gonna spoil her, and they don't realize they have to spoil her. Like not like I'm gonna buy you food whenever you want it. I'm gonna get you DoorDash. Like, no, I have expensive taste. I have an expensive lifestyle. My dad is going to provide everything for me. And if another man besides my dad is going to come into my life, you're going to be taking over his role. So you better have the wallet to match. She's absolutely taken care of. And once you come into her life, you have to also take care of her. And men think that being spoiled means like buying a gift or something every once. And men spoiled and women spoiled is like so different. Not men who are spoiled and women who are spoiled, but men's thoughts, what men think a spoiled woman is versus what a spoiled woman actually is. And my experience is really, 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 really different. And it is not for the weak of heart, and it is not for the weak of pocketbook or wallet.
Is DoorDash spoiling people?
That's what look, some people getting someone for I'll give y'all an update soon, actually, in the after show. Thank you for asking that. Giving someone DoorDash is spoiling them, but it's not to be spoiled is not just DoorDash. To be a spoiled girl, I don't think it's just DoorDash.
But I don't understand why getting somebody DoorDash would be spoiling them. It's like you're buying them food. Like anybody can do. Like I mean, I buy my sister food sometimes, or like if I don't feel like cooking, like people
I don't use
like if I don't think that's spoiling.
I don't use
I don't think
DoorDash.
it's any particular thing. It's how you do something. So, like, if I know if I just want a snack or something, if I want a particular type of milkshake from a particular type of place, and I'm like, hey, I want this particular type of thing any time of day or night, whatever, that's being spoiled. It's like, I'm going to get whatever it is I want, no matter how big or small, and you're going to facilitate for me. That's
actually being spoiled. Yes. I just took a bite of cereal. Yes, I 100% agree with that, actually. So when it comes to being spoiled, I think it can be like a range. Being spoiled might be like, oh my God, you took me to botanical gardens one time in the past 5 years and did nothing. Like being spoiled for one person and another person is different. But I think the men expectation is that this woman idea of being spoiled is going to be like, I get her roses every other week or something, like I buy her something nice every other. Like I think they expect the women to have low expectations when they say I want to be spoiled. My friend does not have low expectations.
No, they know what it is. They know what it is. They just differentiate again based off of what they deem is deserving of that. So, like, if you are if you're a single mother, then they're looking at you like something's wrong with you because you're expecting to be spoiled. Or if you're not as beautiful as they think a woman should be to expect that type of they know exactly what that is, what it looks like. Just like old buddy on the balloon thing. He looked at her and he said, oh yeah, I'm not that guy. and they all know that. But you have like gray shirt there that'll sit there and try to debate you down and say, oh, well, you know, you need to be acting this way and you need to be malleable to this and you need to be even though I really don't even want you. They spend so much time trying to categorize women into this hierarchy so that if and when they do choose to slum it according to them, that you're open to whatever it is they feel like they want to do at that moment.
But would you like? I feel like if somebody's like, you don't deserve this, or you're not getting this because you're something that I don't like or don't want, I feel like that would be like the last time I spoke to somebody. Like, not being like, I guess, mean, but I'm like, if you can't. I mean, I feel like if you can't afford somebody's like hairstyle, their nails, or like, I feel like maybe you shouldn't. Is that? Maybe it's delete this, but I feel like maybe you shouldn't date people if you're gonna complain about just getting them food or whatever. Or like, I'm a very big plushie person. Sometimes a plushie can cost like $100 or whatever, like or higher. Sometimes depends on what like type of plushie it is. And custom made plushies are kind of crazy, but like if you can't
Christmas time, my daughter wanted what's them things called? Squishmallows. Those
Oh, I
things was
love
$80.
Oh, those are adorable. I just saw
I
The
should show
big
you guys.
ones?
Oh my god, I mean, like, I was gonna show you guys my collection of Squishmallows, but like,
No,
they
they're
have to
so cute.
order.
They're so cute, but those are expensive. And it was a good sale though at ShopRite because I think they were like 40% off.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they're
I want a
expensive.
Squishmallow.
Yeah,
Y'all,
like
I want a Squishmallow.
before y'all go on the Squishmallow tangent, we
Yeah.
have to go back to who said DoorDash is. Which one of y'all said DoorDash isn't spoiling? Because I just checked the app.
It's not
One
spoiling.
thing I do.
It really isn't.
It's
One
not.
thing I do is the research. One thing I'm going to do is some research. I just went on this app. Tell me why I tried to get this McDonald's meal is like $3. $3. It's like some fries.
You said no. I said if you are doing it whenever I want it, because it is expensive, but you don't get me it one time and then think you spoiled me in perpetuity.
Okay, but even if
That's
you're
not
doing
it,
it like
though.
once a week
The
or twice a week.
The thing is, this meal that should be $3 at McDonald's is $27 on DoorDash. It's 20. This is a luxury. I was thinking this is just some app that you use to order. This is a whole luxury. The meal ain't even $3. It's like $7.57. I don't know what type of markup that is, but it's the markup they have. It's a $2.99 service fee. It's a $7.99 delivery fee, and then a tip. I don't know where the $7.99 and the $2.99 is going, but it ain't going to the driver apparently. A whole $27 for this $3 meal through door, and y'all gonna tell me that is not spoiling?
That's because you're not spending enough. If you spend enough, it would actually drop the price down for you.
That's not called spoiling. That's called convenience.
You said
Yeah,
DoorDash.
so you paying for
You're
convenience.
paying for the convenience. Like, would you want me to be like, if you had a girlfriend, would you want her to be out there in the middle of the night trying to go to?
Let me tell you the difference. Let me tell you the difference between spoiling. It's spoiling is you putting me on your DoorDash account so that I can order what I want when I want. That's
not
spoiling.
spoiling. I actually feel like that's cheap because you want to save money instead of like just paying. Just give her some money so she can have her own account.
No, because you don't know what I'm getting, and you're saying like, "Hey, boo, whenever you hungry, just get whatever." So like, you don't even know because if I gotta call you and say, "Hey, give me some money," that's different. But if you just like, "Here, look, here you go," there's just the same people that give their own cards to people's bank accounts and stuff like that. Listen, why Sheila? She'll tell you is when you're just like, "Look, I know you cost, and I'm just gonna make sure there's money in the account." That's spoiling.
I feel like it's not that serious.
Now that I can agree with because so what really is foul for me is the men that want to make women lower their standards because they can't afford their standards, even though
My internet.
that's why I'm sorry.
I thought my internet cut out.
Wait, where do you live?
Hey, come on. Hey.
Sorry.
That's not important. The important thing, y'all describing it like it's a dire situation. Oh my God, babe, help. It's 9 p.m. and I would have to go out to get food. I don't know where I am. I just get the DoorDash. What's going on right now around me? I don't know. I'm so confused. Like y'all describing it like this woman just lost in this world, confused, delirious. What am I walked outside my front door and everything's spinning. Like, can you just get the DoorDash, please? Where is it gonna?
I feel faint. I'm about to swoon.
I don't know if y'all see this, but it's somebody in my comments arguing with themselves. I have no idea what's going on.
Well, allow them to work it out.
I'm not if there's in the comments. I'm not sure. Or maybe the comments are being deleted. I have no idea. But I see like someone going back and forth, but there's only a back. There's not a forth. So I need some clarity. Before we do that, here's what I'll do. I'll separate this. I'll go ahead and play the outro, and I'll give the review before I do that. The waffles, cinnamon toast crunch.
You got to
swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. Swallowed. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. Swallowed.
I haven't seen ShopRite until my adult life. I had never seen a ShopRite until like this year, actually. Late last year, I saw a ShopRite. I don't know what that is. And I didn't even see it in person. I've never seen one in person. I saw it like on an app. I was like, what is that? Well, it's more expensive than Aldi. It's more expensive than Walmart. So never been, probably never will.
Not more expensive than Acme.
Acme I thought that was like a Costco, like one of those warehouse stores.
No, I think you're thinking because they used to use Acme like on all the cartoons and stuff, like a overarching thing. No, the only Acme stores I've ever seen are grocery stores.
There are no more ShopRites in New York.
You gotta get some waffle crisp petty. That's really gonna be.
They were all right. Someone asked earlier, are they better than the old waffle crisp? I'm gonna put them equal. Actually, I feel like the old one had a unique flavor. This tastes like cinnamon.
So now you tasted them because you was acting like you ain't know they existed.
No, I knew they existed. I just reject the idea that the name is waffle crisp. It's like Bear-Stained Bears or Fruit Loops being with the UI instead of the OO. It's like somebody went back in time and changed something. I don't believe this is how it's always been. It has never been a waffle crisp. It has never.
It's always been waffle crisp, and they had the commercial with the old lady acting like she was making waffles, but it was the cereal.
When was this?
Very long time ago. I don't know how old you are, but I'm old.
Oh, I was born should I say my age? Okay.
Y'all don't have to disclose your
Listen,
age.
I was born in 85.
Okay.
You could be forever 21. You could be whatever you want to be on this stream. We have no idea who you are. Create a whole personality. You could be Lord Farquaad from the 19th century, 119 years old. Like, be yourself. Express yourself.
I'm in my mid-20s. Like I was born 96. I don't think that's the end of my 20s. I'm almost like 30.
Oh wow. The 90s babies are I completely forgot. Oh wow. We're very far in the future. I don't know why I feel like 2020 was like a year or two ago still. feels very, anyway, apologies. But what I will say is I am the type of person who I ate a bowl of the cereal. Once I ate the bowl, there was milk left, so I went ahead and poured another bowl using the milk that has now collected cinnamon toast particles and ate a second bowl. Now there's still milk left, but I think I won't have a third bowl. That would be gluttonous. I will say the cereal is quite whelming. It is quite whelming, neither over or nor under, just whelming. It's just it's cinnamon toast crunch shaped differently, which is, you know, that's what it is. That's what it says on the box. But I was expecting a more waffle crisp type of thing. So if you like waffle shaped things, I would recommend. If you like your cinnamon toast crunch like it is, then I would just get the regular cereal. This is not a sponsored infomercial. So with that being said, everyone here, I think, has had some very good takes on the discussion today. And what you guys were discussing kind of towards the end there was the Pop the Balloon episode where the man said he couldn't afford the girl. I think we have yet to top audacity and niggatry. I'll say it like that, niggatry. I think we have yet to top it, even with what we've seen, even with Ninja Turtle, right? I think we have yet to top the charts of how far we can get into niggatry. This, I think, is what tops the chart.
What are you looking for in a partner?
Basically somebody that can hold me up, not hold me down, because I go through a lot, you know. That's basically it.
What are you looking for in a partner?
Basically somebody that can hold me up, not hold me down, because I go through a lot, you know. That's basically it.
Now look.
What are you looking for in a partner?
This man, so we can see how he was holding in that laugh real quick.
Basically somebody that can hold me up, not hold me down.
Somebody said that laugh must have felt like a Popeye's biscuit in his throat. He chewed and swallowed his laugh. Somebody said I never seen a man swallow a laugh until today. He was holding on. But yeah, people were wishing that they sincerely wish that he, you know, finds that special woman who can hold him up and not hold him down and walk through this life with him.
You said walk through.
Why is nobody saying?
Why are you trying to send me to hell?
Because I feel like this is a setup.
You know, black people. He seems sweet. Oh, he picked the worst analogy though. The worst analogy. Somebody giving a motivational speech. I'm too sensitive for this type of content. It takes mad courage to know you're at a disadvantage from a disability you didn't ask for and still trying to find love. I pray he finds his forever lady. I'm trying to laugh. I'm not trying to be over here.
He's gonna find somebody. People in wheelchairs always find people. The people in my 600-pound life always find people. Like they always find people.
You know what's crazy? I just saw that and they was abusive. How are you? Excuse me. I saw some stuff in. If you're on my 600-pound life, if you're on my something life on TLC, if you're on this channel at all with your own show, why are you beating your partner? Why are you putting here like why you need to be on your best behavior? I feel
you saying the big people was beating people?
Wait, what?
I can't say that because I believe there are legal implications.
Legal implications to what? Did you see them abusing people?
I feel like I saw some abusive things.
Let's be real though. I've seen them talk very crazy to those people, to their boyfriends and stuff. And it's the women, for real.
Yeah, it's just verbal.
I've seen the women talk crazy to the men, and they just be like, "Oh yeah, she get like this. Let me just get her some chicken." And stuff. Like they be loving the mess out of their women. They be washing them and everything else. What you're not gonna say is that people don't like fat women because they love them down.
Just lift that thing up and get with
lifting up, roll.
Just
Okay,
get in there.
they doing it
I
all.
cannot stand none of y'all on this
Maybe
panel right now. Y'all are
listen, ma'am, listen to me. They come home from full-time jobs and they will roll them women up into them bathrooms or just come in the room with the buckets or whatever, wash them all, then go cook them up stuff or bring them the stuff so they can cook the stuff themselves or go get them some food. Like they be caring for those women.
And she said that I hate you. Why are you?
Well,
You're
it's
so,
because
you're
they get
so,
a check. They get a check. Those people get a check. They get a disability check, and those men are
Really?
below bare minimal men, and so they've attached themselves to those women as parasites too.
if I'm lifting up something, like something, you're not going to berate me. You are not going to berate, and if you do, I'm not going to stay in this house. But these
What's
men,
the
they let
something, Petty?
he knows where home is. I can't. I'm sorry. Let's go through this one more time so we can pick up whatever just happened.
I go through a lot, you know. That's basically it.
What are you looking for in a partner?
Basically somebody that can hold me up, not hold me down, because I go through a lot, you know. That's basically it.
Maybe I should go and look at the whole episode one day. Not today. Our next palate cleanser.
Next up, we have Miriam J. Welcome. Okay, let's go figure out why the guys popped their balloons. Why did you pop your balloon today?
Just took 3 steps, and I don't like people that are extra like her, like too extra.
Okay, thank you. Why did you just pop your balloon?
I don't like when my girls talk to other guys. Like, that was just too friendly. I don't like that. I'm sorry. You said, hey, next.
Oh, well, let's go see
I could barely hear them.
what else we have. Why did you pop your balloon today?
Well, when I was looking at the balloon, it sort of looked just like you, just expand big. I don't want that in my life. I'm sorry. Just be big.
Thank you. Let's go see what else we have.
I mean, you really think you can say that? That's cool.
Why did you pop your balloon today?
She got eyes, and she can see other people, dudes. I can't have that.
Okay. Well, there's still hope.
So when she was over there, I thought she was taller than me. We the same height. I like my women taller than me. And her legs straight. She probably might walk out my life, and I can't go for that.
Wow, okay. No luck today.
Okay, y'all are saying y'all can't hear either. It was too soft for me. I don't even know what to comment on it. I don't know what they said. I don't know what they said.
I heard what the last one said, and that was wild. Talking about her legs are too straight.
Your
That
legs,
she might walk out of his fire.
yeah. And the big man said you a little too round for me.
Why
The
is
guy
he
in the
pigeon-toed? Look at his feet.
This panel is a bad influence on me.
This
Y'all
has
trying
to
to send
be
me
a
straight to
parody.
hell.
I'm looking for. There was one more I was trying to find because it was also a parody of Pop the Balloon, and it was this dude. He popped the balloon. She was like, "Why did you pop your balloon?" Oh, I just wasn't. She wasn't my type. Well, what's your type? I mean, I just, it's not a certain type. I just don't. And she was like, "No, but what specifically? Is it her hair? Is it her raggedy nails? Is it her toenails sticking out of her high heels? What is it specifically?" Like it was really capturing the messiness of Pop the Balloon, because it's never like, "Oh, I just didn't feel her." It's always like, "Why didn't you feel her?" "Oh, I just wasn't." "Yeah, but why? Tell us why." Like get like I don't know why. I feel like the host is pursuing messiness. Just pursuing messiness. Just want it to be messy.
You already know it's messy.
But I didn't realize. Sorry.
I'm sorry. And to the person talking about his toes turning inward, that's because maybe he turns everything in on us. Y'all not about to send me to hell. I'm trying my best to stay out of hell, and this panel is not helping that cause right now.
Petty, this is parody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, thank God, because I can't. My brain is trying to figure out how he got his feet to do that.
Are you guys ready for the final exhibit?
Yes,
Yes.
we are.
All right, let's end on a good note. This is not a meme, it's just something.
Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Eh.
Let me just say, I don't know what it is about Africans from different sections of Africa. South Africa and Kenya, I'm talking to you specifically, in Ghana, but the way they edit their stuff is funny to me for some reason.
No. Yes. 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 No. Eh.
I'm rooting for the guy in the front.
Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes.
Such a cute game.
No. Yes. 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 Yes.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
No.
I feel like they're like 3 years behind when it comes to like sound effects and editing. Like I feel like this would have blown up 3 years ago on Vine wasn't around 3 years ago, but something. It would have blown up on Instagram Reels.
Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes.
Yeah, I want to play this game.
No.
Eh. He just walked off. Hold up.
Oh, poor baby.
No. Eh. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Eh. Eh. Yes. No. 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 Yes. 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 No. Yes. No. Yes.
They did cheat man in the back. You won't convince me otherwise.
No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. 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 No. No. Eh.
Oh my God.
Whole body.
No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No.
Phoebe Noor, I don't think I've seen you before. Welcome to Prince Petty. This is like what we do. We kind of do the yes, no, yes, no. As you can see, we're 4.5 hours in. We're on like our 16th yes, no for the day. So feel free to join. Be sure to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy.
Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. 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 No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes.
No.
Oh,
He was my favorite to win. No. Well, I don't care who wins now. It's only 20 seconds left, but I was sorry. This is just
I was invested. I want him to win.
Oh.
No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
Okay, so guys, you can see I'm doing all this competition. So the winner right here works out at doing squats. The winner works out.
Awesome. He won 100 of whatever that currency is.
Yeah, he got money.
Wow, I cannot pronounce that. But this is his name on TikTok if you guys are interested in following him. He does stuff. So he gave us this yes, no. So I'll give him that. I will give him that. Aside from that, I will answer a question and then I'll let you all get your 30 seconds to drill us on what we need to be drilled on. Steven is doing well. Steven, I'm not sure how long this has been going on, but Steven has a grill. Steven has a grill. I don't know if it's been for a few weeks or years, but I just noticed that Steven has a whole grill on his teeth. And he didn't come to me. There was no permission talked about. We didn't come together in the friend group to approve anything. Like, it just happened. And that feels like it's a system. You know what I mean? You gotta, it's like a checks and balances, right? Think about the president. Well, no, don't think about the president at this current time. But think about the government general. Well, don't think about the government in this time. Think about how the government should be, right? It should be judicial, executive, legislative, all checks and balances, keeping each other right. We're supposed to have a friend group where we, hey man, look, I'm thinking about getting a mohawk. Like, you got to come to us. You can't just go out and get this done and then show up to the next meeting like ain't nothing happened. So I just noticed Steven has a grill. I'm gonna go back and look at the live stream and see if he had it then. I don't know why. I could just ask him when he got it, but I feel like if he got it a while ago, that would make me a bad friend because I didn't know. So I'm gonna just be like, I'm gonna just go and look at the last live stream he was on and see if it's in there, if I could see it. But you guys don't know who Steven is, I guess, and I think his thing is on members only. So let me see here. I'll show you guys. I can show you briefly. It still says it's only 3 likes on the video. So Steve, the most recent video he came for actually was the Kendrick Lamar. You guys remember the Kendrick diss? This is Steven. Y'all really don't remember Steven?
I don't think I was here for Steven.
No, he does not have a grill on in this. You can't tell me he has a grill on. He does not have a grill on in this. Am I tripping?
I remember Steven.
Yeah, I feel like there's no grill there. Be sure to go watch the Kendrick and Drake diss. Be sure to go and look at that right after I end this stream. If y'all have not seen it already, go to my live streams. Look at it's like it's only 8 minutes. Put it on 2 times or something. Go and look at the Kendrick and Drake thing that we did with Steven. That diss track was crazy. It was absolutely crazy.
Even one of them, the guys I was talking about in my 600-pound life, only the girl wasn't 600 pounds.
Huh? What'd you say? Who's 600 pounds? You trying to talk about my weight? I'm just playing. I'm just playing. It's okay. It's okay. I understand. But therapy, not grills. No, I don't think he's been in therapy yet. I don't think so. Not as of late. I'm pretty sure. No. But look, this is what I'm trying to put on screen. Nothing. I was trying to get everything off stream. Who else was asked about? His puppies are doing well. Kay is doing well. The baby that may or may not be his is not yet born. I'm asking to see when it's gonna pop out. So yeah, I'll let you guys know once the baby's here that he's being an active father. We heard some of it. All right.
He's like one of those men I was describing on my 600-pound life, only the woman wasn't 600 pounds.
I can't deny this. I cannot deny this. I do believe he went back one too many times for my taste. Going back once was too much for my taste. But I will give everyone 30 seconds. I believe that each of you has something unique and beautiful to say and to add to this live stream that you have been holding in deep down inside of you. No pressure. Malian, go ahead. You first.
I think I already said everything that I was gonna say. But I do think that everybody should get a squishmallow or two. I have benefited from having. We have a big family over here. It's almost like we almost have 25, 26-ish. The other one's on the way. And I think that you should get them.
Thank you. Ocean.
So I think the gray shirt guy came from a single parent home. I believe his father was not in the home. And because they have trauma from not having their father in the home and living with a single mother, single mothers can't win for losing with the hypocrisy, that the double standards that patriarchal men spew into the community. So it just continues to perpetuate the reason why the community looks the way it does, but they just can't help but to blame the single women, single mothers, for why the community looks the way it does. But they continue to do the things that keep the single, or to keep the community looking the way it does, by continuing to make single mothers just like he did. But they don't want to hold themselves accountable for like repairing or being an active participant in mending the community, like the guy in the black shirt was saying. He was thinking more community minded than the guy with the gray shirt. He was thinking very selfishly and very parasitic, and that's what's been continuing to be perpetuated in the community. No one wants to do the community work except for the women. So women can't win for losing in that situation.
Aw. But agreed. Excuse me. Purple Lover.
Thank you for having me as always. Remember, your worthiness is never in question. We really got to examine tonight the difference between somebody who sees women as objects and his misogyny on full display versus a man who is emotionally intelligent and who actually liked women and view them as human beings.
I'm not gonna.
And
Sorry. I was gonna say I'm not gonna give my endorsement just yet because I feel like I would regret it if I watch more of their stuff. So
well, I'm just going by what was said tonight. I'm only speaking of what was in the show tonight. I will make that caveat. You're right. From what we saw, but he he really only wants someone that he can take advantage of. The guy that we listened to tonight that looked like a roly poly is a predator, and predator can come in many different forms, including whatever that was. So just be mindful when you're hearing language like talking about what are you doing what can your kids do for me? That's automatically a red flag. That's a big no-no. Do not go, do not collect $200. Just be mindful of what you're dealing with. Um, and it's okay to not get it right because, like I stated earlier about the woman that did the quote unquote everything right, and she still winded up with a nut job because you can't ever fully predict future behavior. You can only go by what they have shown you in the present and use some of their past to determine a potential possibility, but even then, it's not guaranteed 100%. So just enjoy your life, whether you choose to be single or otherwise. Make sure that you loving yourself, and a lot of that will help eliminate a lot of the mess coming your way. Thank you for having me, Prince Petty.
Thank you for joining, all of you. Level Up Single Mom, take us out of here.
Thank you for having me. I haven't been here in a while, so it was fun talking with all of you and scrutinize these men.
Scrutinize these men. Thank you. We have Level Up Single Mom. We had Alicia come on with the channels just blowing up. We just get all the celebrities hop over here. Love it. Before we get out of here, here's what I'll do. Guess what's back? Guess what is back? You're not gonna guess it, so let me just spoil it. The YouTube analytics are back. It stopped showing me who's subscribed, who's not subscribed, what percent, blah, 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 blah. But now, months later, they fixed it. So now I can see 70.8% of you who are watching currently on this video are subscribed. 29.3% of you are not. Sounds like it's 70-30. We have 120 people in here, which means it's 70, about 76 people, 77 people who are subscribed and 33 people who are not. The 33 people only, I have questions. Why do you hate me? Why? It's a simple question, and it's one that I'd like you to answer in the chat now. Oh, the only correct answer to this is I don't subscribe to men. That's the one answer somebody gave me that I was like, okay, I have nothing to say to that. I don't subscribe to men. Go off. Actually, yeah. Oh, a text massage. Who could that be from? It's my friend. We do need to pressure her into doing Pop the Balloon review with me tomorrow evening. That's what we need to do. We need to pressure her. Your voice is needed. You're just going to deny these people your voice? That's what I need to do. 100 likes. We do not have 100 likes. We definitely have 3. We definitely have 3 likes on the video. Let me zoom in. Y'all don't believe me. 51% of y'all said y'all are competitive and productive. 49% said no. Aw. That's what I should. They should have asked. What do you do when you meet a woman that's competitive and productive? Are you like, oh, I'm worthless, so like I need to do more. I need to do more to make up for my worthlessness. I don't know what his answer would be. We have 3 likes on the video, 116 people watching. Please get the likes up. Please get the likes up. Y'all killing me with this.
It's at 145 likes. YouTube's trying to upset you. Okay, don't listen to
Yeah,
YouTube.
YouTube is playing in your face just to agitate you.
Yeah.
You need to clean your memory out of your computer or something. Like, what's going on?
Here, we'll go back to that in a second. I'll give you guys this. I completely forgot.
Tonight with an interview many have been waiting for. R. Kelly's first since being charged with abuse last month.
When you say that you need help, do you think you need to go to therapy?
I need help.
What kind of help?
I need somebody to help me beat my meat.
Robert,
I'm a man.
have you ever had sex
No.
with anyone? Never.
No.
I have to tell you, it's so hard to believe that because you have daughters.
You're telling me, man.
Robert, you sit down.
Okay, just like that.
Why are you sitting down?
I'm just tired.
I can't believe this happened. Actually, I would have walked off.
I forgot how crazy this interview was.
Oh my god.
He tried to traumatize my poor innocent.
It's so childish. Like I could never have the way the way she's sitting there and acting like she's talking to a 2-year-old that's acting up.
She is so poised and remaining professional in the face of his antics, and I love it.
It's like when your mom is tired.
Sitting down.
I'm just tired.
Robert.
Oh my God.
Listen, why would these women say the same thing about you? That you are controlling, that you are abusive, that you tell women when to eat, when to go to the bathroom, when they can sleep, and they don't know each other.
Here's the deal. I flew in on a helicopter with a damn puppy whom I was in love with.
Yes.
And the puppy was assassinated on a helicopter.
You sound like you're playing
That's tragic.
the victim here.
A helicopter.
Robert,
I'm telling y'all.
that defies logic to me.
Right. Until you hear the big fart. Okay.
That's your explanation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Women have come forward and said, R. Kelly had sex with me.
I wish that was you.
Robert.
I'm just being honest.
Have you done anything wrong?
Absolutely. I had 2 little girls trapped in the basement. Okay, fair enough. But I will tell you this. They are very...
Fair enough, but... Fair enough, but is wild after that statement.
Alive. I did what I had to do.
Do not try to play with me.
Whoa. No,
I have a question about the pop the balloon thing. Is that like a real dating show? Is that I thought it was like a TikTok skit.
Oh, the pop the balloon that we watched here?
No, not that, but like I thought the pop the balloon thingies that I was seeing on TikTok were like skits. I didn't realize that they were like real life. Like I didn't think that it was a real life dating show.
Yeah, it's real. There's a whole, you haven't heard of Ninja Turtle going viral because it turns out he has felony convictions and other stuff after he was on the pop the balloon. That's all real. That's 100% real.
Okay, I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought like the Ninja Turtle guy, I was like, at first I thought it was just because he was on that skit, stuff about him came out in real life that mirrored it basically.
There are 42-year-olds with kids leave their kids at the home with the babysitter to go on to pop the balloon. Yep, that's a real thing. Yes, there are skits created about it, but it's a very real thing. Very real. It's out there. It's coming.
Okay.
It's coming for us.
Okay. Okay.
You know what I'm into right now? Cave diving accidents.
This is why I don't go cave diving. Did you know that if you go cave diving sometimes, and there are people who go underwater in caves as well, and then inside some caves, it'll look like you're at a horizon point, which is like an area where the water is lighter and it looks like there'll be oxygen there, and you could actually get trapped in there. And some people think, oh, let me swim to that area so that like I can turn off my oxygen tank or whatever, but it's actually just a trap. It's just more water, and then you just die there.
Laughing after that is wild. Wow. Oh my god, there's this fake ledge. People walk right off it and die.
Sorry, is
this die? I don't trust you.
I don't. Okay, it's just I don't trust caves. Okay, like I just don't trust caves, and I'm like, when you're going cave diving, I feel like you should expect to die. That's what I feel like. And then people are
I
like, they
don't
were
trust
trying to
caves
go
either.
for
But I wrote something about this person that went doing, I guess it was that, I don't know, and then they got stuck and they were like upside down, and when they realized they weren't gonna be able to get him out, they just like euthanized him or something through his leg, and like
The
his
nutty
legs
putty,
and stuff. Huh?
you talk about the Nutty Putty Cave?
I don't know what you're talking about. I just know it's somebody's legs and like they're complete. Their legs are up in the air, and that's how they got stuck, and they couldn't get them out, and so they just
Oh
like
yeah, I watched that, and people were
that
telling
freaks
him to
me
not
out to
go in
this
the
day.
hole.
He was crawling in the cave, got stuck upside down. The kids tried to get him out, couldn't, went for help. They tried to get him out, start building pulleys and stuff. They stopped hearing a response. I didn't read that they euthanized him. I read that they declared
No, this
him
was
dead.
a grown man. This was a
No,
grown man.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I was saying kids were trying to get him out, but they couldn't
No.
feel pulse and declared him dead and decided it was too dangerous to try to get him out. Other people were getting stuck. So they just poured cement in or some big
Why would
rocks.
you go in a little nook like that? Like I don't understand.
I
kid you not. He said it got tighter and tighter. I thought it might get bigger on the other side. I don't know what that sentence doesn't make sense, but he said it fast enough for me to believe it. It's real tight right here. It keeps getting tighter, but it's probably going to get bigger on the other side. Like he said it so fast, I believed it. I believed it.
That's how caves are. Like there this guy that was hanging upside down, and then like his friends were like literally sitting.
Why do you keep exploding into like you're not even just like a you just keep busting out laughing. What is going on?
No, it's because people were warning him that he was gonna.
That did not make it better. They didn't explain anything.
This is
Because he wouldn't
concerning.
listen to anybody. Like he wouldn't listen to his wife or anything, and people were like, "Don't go."
Petty.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
This
But
is a
see,
whole new laugh in the face of death. This is a whole new meaning of laugh in the face of death. I've never in my life.
but
Never.
this is why women outlive men, because there's certain things that women are not just going to pursue and keep pushing into. The moment it got tight, it would have been time to turn around.
I wouldn't have been there to begin with.
Yeah,
What are you telling me? I
yeah.
got to bend over
Tell
and
me
put
about
my
it.
legs up in the air to trying to crawl in. I'm not going in there.
Oh,
What are you
you
talking
ain't
about?
lying. If I got to do all that to get in there, oh,
Because I can't even
mm-mm.
see like what's in it. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know what's on the. Where am I crawling to?
Not to mention, you don't know what type of predator may be in there waiting for you to be their next meal.
Here's the video. I'm into caving, but also cave diving. So caving is a regular cave you can walk to, go down these crevices, sometimes becomes tighter, smaller, weird, narrow areas. And then cave diving was caving but underwater, scuba diving into caves underwater. So I've been into that lately. I told you I was into my true crime era, but also I'm looking at these accidents, fatal, what's it called? Fatal fates that people have faced. Man fell out of a hot air balloon. Like I'm into true crime and things in this area for some reason right now.
Child, that's dark. I'm watching earwax cleaning videos. I don't know, like I need to relax.
I couldn't watch ear waxing videos. I'm sorry. I'd rather watch like I watch a lot of true crime, but like I can't watch like the pimple popping videos or stuff like that.
I need to see problems getting solved.
Yeah.
We're still.
I will admit, I have become desensitized to both now.
Okay. I think I've wind it down. It is nearly 12 a.m. That means we can't do baby reindeer tonight.
It's that 20% liquor you was
Are you
drinking. That's what
watching?
it is.
Who?
Are you gonna watch Baby Reindeer?
I think we're gonna binge it tomorrow. I don't know if we could do. I feel like we could do it tonight. It's Saturday, but also don't people have to go out? It's about to be 12 a.m. This is when the party starts. This is when New York City is lighting up. Like,
I don't party. I'm kind of like after this, I'm only here for now, hanging out with you. But after this, I'm gonna be playing this game called Palia, or I'm gonna be playing Pal's World. So, or I could be playing Skyrim. I have to mod my Skyrim though.
I've
That's
been
gonna
into
be.
Overwatch lately. I haven't played Skyrim in a very, very long time. Pal Worlds I've heard of, but they said it's the bootleg Pokemon. How do you defend?
I defend it by saying it's a really, really cute game, and I feel like Pal World is more accessible than Pokemon, like the Pokemon game, because with the Pokemon game you have to walk around, right? But with Pal World, you can go around and collect them in the game, and if you're too lazy and or you're physically disabled, it's not discriminating against you. So,
1,000 Ways to Die.
ooh, oh yeah,
Oh my God.
I love the
I'm
1,000
sorry.
Ways to Die. My favorite.
Me too. Do you remember the episode with the chocolate where they were playing around with the chocolate and suffocated to death from
Who did what with chocolate?
There was a person who fell inside of the chocolate drums. Like when when you make chocolate, it's like the where you where you mix it. There was a person who fell.
I believe y'all are serial killers. I believe I believe y'all are serial killers. Y'all are too giddy. Y'all are too giddy.
I don't know what's happening.
A Thousand Ways to Die was hilarious. What about the lady who got breast plants in and just had them put in, got on an airplane like a village idiot and they blew up and she died.
Y'all remember that chick that like filled herself up with oil to try to make her lips and her butt and her boobs bigger, and then she died from because she was trying to look busty.
Musty.
Busty.
Oh. I mean, there is
I'm
a
pretty
look.
sure she was busty because I'm like she was filling herself with like regular oil, and I'm like, who does that?
Crisco. Excellent. So, with that being said, the nature of the live stream has changed, which makes me feel like this is a good stopping point. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Thank you for whatever this was, these last like 7.5 minutes, including the R. Kelly bit. Thank you. And thank you for the people watching. Be sure to like and subscribe if
Also-
you so choose.
Also, I'm sorry for laughing, but when crazy stuff is happening, that's what I laugh at. I'm so sorry.
I've laughed at a funeral. I feel like we all have. So I'll give it to you guys. I won't judge you. Thank you,
Yeah,
everyone.
I left at my own uncle's funeral because of the comments that was being said around me from my mom and her cousin and my aunt. So yeah, I had to try to contain it so it wasn't too loud. But yeah, I definitely did in a funeral.
I laughed every time they told me I was gonna die in the hospital, and they thought I was crazy. But I was like, it was just genuinely funny to me.
You think I'm going to die? You're going to die.
She was laughing in the face of death.
They were like,
She
"Are you
was
gonna call your
literally-
family?" I was like, "No." What am I gonna call them? What are they gonna do if I'm dying?
I will leave you guys with Swallowed Up. I will leave you with Swallowed Up. Also, the Discord's open. There's a link in the description of the video if you guys would like to join. We'll do maybe one episode of Baby Reindeer, and then we'll try to binge it tomorrow so we can finally review. Thank you guys, and let's get up and dance together.
Thank you, Petty.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you all.
would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. Swallowed. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been